I rename this branch. Hey. The worst name for a branch ever. I don't think I can. Whatever. I'll let the programmers get mad at me for that. Get in there, caffeine. Save me, blue dick boy. It's got a whiff of concentrated flavor. I am excited today because we're gonna finish up this cave, and I really like how it's looking so far. I'm making leaps and bounds with my level design that follows no theory except this kind of looks cool. That's my theory. Okay, you build your navigation there, Unreal. I believe in you. Alright. That's right. Yeah, we got this hole. Okay, I gotta clear up this hole here. I have these like other rocks, but they don't fit the same vibe. Looks slightly different. Well, I guess they kind of work. I could throw a few in. Oh yeah, they look better than I thought. They're a little bit darker, but that's cool too. Hey Scooter, how you doing? You are the first chatter of the day. That's exciting. Here is your free iPod Nano. You remember when they were doing that? Were you, I don't know how old you are. I don't know if you remember that. Sites used to claim, oh, you're the 100,000th visitor. Here's your free iPod Nano. Click now. Doing good. I remember those. Yeah, those were the days, weren't they? And you remember, you know how it's like they were so safe back in the day. We thought they were like scary, but you just had to click X, and it feels like malware and shit nowadays. It's way more deception. We fell for a couple of them on our family. You know what? I probably did too. To be fair, I was like. Back when those were occurring, I must have been in like middle school. You know, I was probably like clicking on some RuneScape guide website so that I could go to school the next day, and instead of actually doing anything in computer class, I could load up RuneScape and progress my account more. I put a second hole over here somewhere? No, I didn't. I kind of wanted to, though. I missed the family PC, yeah. I used to be really addicted to the computer. Like, actually addicted as a child. And the lengths I went to, because my parents, of course, didn't want me, doing stuff, and I would actually stay up some nights and sneak downstairs while everyone was sleeping to play games. And then, of course, I would be, dead tired in school the next day. Not good. And I remember a few times what I would do is if I heard my mom wake up to check if I was, oh, this looks bad. If I was, on the computer, she would check the side of the computer case to see if it was warm. So what I would do is, if I heard her, I would quickly, I would often take off the side of the case and set it off to the side while I played games. And then when I was done, I would put the side of the case back on. I mean, I would say, like, my parents did their best to prevent me from doing stuff like this. They even... it got really bad. They even had to, like, lock me into my room at night. And it wasn't like they wouldn't let me out, but it's so I couldn't get out and sneak on the computer. Like I said, I was very addicted as a kid. I didn't spill. I kind of grew out of it, though. I don't know. Until my parents were more laid back, my dad actually got me. I mean, my parents got me into gaming. Don't get me wrong. Like, all my parents would do on the weekend. The ideal weekend for my parents, for when we were kids, were to go get some breakfast, come back, and load up like Ultima or Might and Magic, and play it. And of course, me and my brother, we would sit and we would watch and enjoy it and help out. Like, my parents 100% got me into gaming. But I was also a dirty, dirty little addict. Even Joe, he loved Fallen Civ games. Remember the nights I would play Roblox on my mom's shitty laptop and would play music on the laptop. It is awesome, isn't it? It's really awesome to have parents that are into gaming like that. My dad still plays games too. It's on Factorio. My dad gets like really into just certain games and then refuses to play anything else. And one of those is Factorio, which I got him into. My mom does not like that fact. That's all he plays. He needs something different to play. Yeah, my student kind of got over 2,200 hours in Civ 5 because, oh my god. I basically show my dad any game that has programming or some type of like engineering logic to it, and then he is immediately addicted. It's hard to know if there are any little cracks in the ceiling here. I'll have to check once I place everything. Because like me, I would launch a game and last minute be tired, take a nap, wake up and continue playing. That's my dad with like, definitely back in the day when he had a bit more time, with like Might and Magic or Heroes. Any dungeon crawler as well. Which is why I really want to, you know, before he gets too much of a geezer, I want to make a dungeon crawler for him. Some kind of like RPG dungeon crawler would be really cool. I have like a spotlight coming in from back here or something. I mean, would that look cool? I mean, obviously would need to increase the size of it. Morning bolt. Yeah, it's pretty much all we're doing today is we're just placing rocks. We're placing like variants of 10 different rocks maximum. Oh, I have a new mouse and keyboard here with me. Should I just quickly install those? You guys want to see? They're not like super expensive. They're decent. That way I won't have mouse and keyboard problems anymore. It's nice if my dad were around, he'd probably be happy about me wanting to get into game dev. I'm sorry to hear he's not around anymore. But I can definitely say that like we're in the same boat then. Because back when my dad wanted to get into game dev, he you know, it was all entrepreneurial. So you just had to do it, and he's just focused on, you know, trying to make a living, and it just kind of ended up that way. But he was always interested in game dev. So he's pretty jealous of me. Okay, so I got the Apex 3, nice little keyboard, got a numpad, that's the most important part to me. Numpad and a full shift key. That is really hard to find in Poland. For some reason, full shift key. But that's the most crucial part for me. I need my knife. Let's order from Amazon. Amazon is a little pricey for me at the moment. This is a nice wired keyboard. We are not sponsored by SteelSeries. I'm in Poland. I am in Poland, but I'm not Polish. Lazy Fangs would like to say that I'm a spy. Okay, I need to... an unboxing stream now. Yeah, I like how that feels. Well, they consider wanting to visit Poland, but now it's kind of a bad time. Well, with like the war stuff, I will say, you know, like there's no danger here. In fact, Poland is like an absurdly safe country. This at least you know where I live, like in Kraków, the safety ratings compared to pretty much every other city in the world it's insane. Okay, old bullshit keyboard and mouse. You can be over here somewhere. Ooh. Oops. Yeah, it's a really safe country. Very, very safe. Like at the most, you just have Ukrainians who had to, you know, flee the war that are living and working here now. And but the nice thing is, I mean, I don't want to get too political, but you know, there's so much similarity in culture and dialect that the integration, I guess, of Ukrainians into Poland is, you know, there was no issue really. At most, it was just a big surge on like public assistance systems and housing, but it's starting to stabilize, I would say. So, but as for safety, it's fine. Highly xenophobic? I don't know. I think to some extent there is some xenophobia. But it depends where you come from. And I'm not excusing it, of course. I want to say that, oh, it's fine if you're white. You know, any xenophobia is bad, but it depends where you're from, where you live, and you will, yeah, you're right, 3D modeling, you will get that just about anywhere, sadly. I think Kraków at least has... Kraków has quite a few people of different descents here. I would say it's, you know, nothing compared to like the US where I'm from. And, you know, seems to be tolerant of like LGBT and whatnot. So you might get some weird looks, but I've never seen anyone, and this is just my perception, but I've never seen anyone get attacked or any sort of violence happening to them because of their ethnicity or any other status. At most, you'll get weird looks. But only from a few people. Most people, at least here in Kraków, they don't care. And in Warsaw, it's probably the same. Yeah, it's, you know, thankfully not dangerous, but... And, you know, some of it may just be born due to... You know, if you live in a country that 98, 99% of the people are of one certain ethnicity, it's interesting to see somebody who isn't of there. You know, I get like the same way here where, you know, if I see somebody who's probably from like, from Africa or from like an Asian country, and it's like, oh, that's cool. You know, and there's also a part of me where it's like, maybe they're American, maybe I can talk to them. There's kind of that like hope that I can meet somebody from my home country so I can just have a nice little chat, which sometimes happens. I met some people who were on like, I think they were on like a church mission trip, and they were from all around the world. There was a guy from US, guy from Australia, guy from the UK. So it's just like, you know, just for me it's interesting because I just enjoy meeting people who are from my country. I need to plug this in. Ooh. Setting up a device. Okay, you set it up. Go ahead. Yeah, it's, you know, it's nothing like the US where you have, it's just common to see this melting pot of people and hear, you know, tons of different languages. Like, the one, hey, good day, mate. Are you Australian? Did you hear me say Australia? I've always wanted to visit Australia. Thank you. Safety comes from a certain model of behavior we keep to ourselves. Like, yeah, it's a very introverted society. Yeah, you're Aussie? Dude, that's Where in Australia do you live? Gotcha, but of course I can't move really anywhere now because I'm still poor. Yeah, it's very expensive. I don't know where you are, but if you have to move, like, or visit across the ocean, pricey. Pricey. South side. What cities are on the south side of Australia? I'm always bad. There's a new mouse. There's a new keyboard too. Got an Apex 3 and then a Rival 3. I just wanted something that was gonna be nice and wired, not cause an issue. I don't need a million buttons. I just need it to be comfortable and functional. Did you ever lose entire savings on peripherals? Yeah, I did. Yes. Okay, I don't know where that went. It's a piece of cardboard somewhere. Okay, so I turned in the old parts of my PC, got the money back, so I bought the parts again. They should arrive tomorrow. They should be ready for pickup, so I'm hopefully, if I can manage it, I'm going to pick up the parts tomorrow, build the computer, set it up, test it, and bring it in for Friday for playing Dragon's Dogma 2. You're in Ohio, Midwest buddies. I'm from Wisconsin. Hell yeah. The armpit of the U.S. I mean, I've known people from Ohio. They're great, but Ohio as a state is just kind of, it's kind of boring. There's just a lot of farmland. Now, I will say it is pretty to sometimes to drive through that farmland, and farmers are some of the nicest people you can meet. But, man, it's just farmland. It's nothing other than industry farmland and meh. Oh god. Okay, let's get this plugged in. Can't think of any names off the top of my head, but you can search it up. Okay, I will look up some Australia stuff. Give me one sec. Download customization software. No, I'm gonna plug you in and you're gonna work. Okay, there we go. So no, you're gonna get hacked. Okay, that is very low DPS. That is much better DPS. That is very low DPS. Maybe I do need to set up the software so I can change DPS. Okay, we're set up. New keyboard, new mouse. Let's go. Okay, let me look up Australia. Okay, I need to set this up. Steel Series software. I require a very specific DPS. Very specific. It's gonna have me restart my computer, isn't it? Okay, just go for it. Do it. Damn, Unreal Engine, planning to learn Unreal, part of my next course. Well, if you have any questions, I hope I can answer them. Otherwise, we probably have some people in chat that can help answer anything that I am unable to. Can you open in map, please? Okay, whatever. Oh, Melbourne is and Perth are in the south area. Okay. Have you used Unity? Only a little bit, but I used it way back, like 10 years ago, and it was bad. It went really poorly. I know some C++, but I don't use it often enough. Like, I know enough to read it. You're bad. Unity's okay. Unity is okay. God, Australia is so cool. So many awesome national parks and reserves. I wouldn't even know where to start, though, to visit Australia. I use Unity and it's improved since the last time. Yeah, it 100% is going to be improved since 10 years ago. But the greed stuff, the corporate structure, the pricing, I'm not for that. You have a Kościuszko National Park. Holy Mount Kościuszko. Poland mentioned. Hold on. Okay, there we go. It's setting this up. Polska Góra has the best waterfall there, best towns. Yeah, Australia just has so many Wega. Oh my god, your town names are like US town names. Grong, The Rock. This is amazing. These names are amazing. Yeah, one tree is kind of like, okay, it's fine. Rock Johnson. This is great. This is exactly like Southern US for town names. I know there's some... Look, there is a Kościuszko in Tennessee. Okay? Kościuszko is everywhere. Yazoo City. Scuba. Come on, where's the really weird ones? They're around here somewhere. I'm not getting any of the weird ones these days. There is a Poland in Wisconsin. There's a Poland, Wisconsin. There's Paris, Wisconsin, I believe as well. Just Energy. It's the town of Energy. What a dumb name. Shout out to Energy. Can you load up this software, please? I can change my DPS. I don't have a Steel Series. I don't want a Steel Series account. I don't care. Where's the... in Sonar? How do I do it? Engine. Critical update. Click to install new firmware. Okay. Install the firmware, I guess. Not a fan of the US, and I probably never want to go there. I really like the US. I think it gets a bad reputation. Mainly because of the big cities. Yeah, it is what it is. They named DPI to CPI? Okay. It's a bit high. It's better. I think like if you go to the US and you get out of the big cities, it's yeah, I really like a high DPI. If you get out of the big cities in the US, it's so great. It's cheap, you get massive land, massive houses, you get really wonderful neighbors. Pretty awesome. I'll poke the mouse and end up in a neighbor's computer. To be 75? There's no way. 7,500? Insane. I mean, I kind of miss playing like FPS games, but I feel like the FPS games of these days are not the ones that I would enjoy. I miss like old school Battlefield, and I'd play them again, but I also have too many games to play nowadays. Why don't your speaker say 3,600 instead of 7,600? I don't know the origin, but it's a I mean, it's not like there's a right or wrong one. They're both acceptable, at least in English. Yeah, and it's typically under 10,000. Like, you wouldn't say 1,000 really. It also probably isn't set on the numbers divisible by 1,000. Like, you wouldn't say 7,000. It's not the way French say. Yeah. I thought German numbers too are a bit wild. Or am I wrong about that? Do we have any Germans, chat? I kind of want to place like a crystal up here. Yeah, that looks fine. I could invert these, but not really any point is there. Trying to think if I have any news to tell you guys. Pretty uneventful day. The one, thank you for the follow, man.
So, you heard anything about any
Bounty hunters.
in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. I guess gotta get some new alerts. Maybe we'll do some alerts with Dragon's Dogma. Anything funny happens or is said. Like the my talisman, my ring. Somebody play that for me. I need to hear it today. I'm working on UI at 4:37 in the morning. Was these assets from the store? Yes. Yes. These are placeholder assets from the store.
Talisman!
My ring! Peak voice acting right there. You may not like it. You may not want to admit it. But this is Oscar-worthy performances. What is it called? The assets from the store? Oh yeah, but what I was saying was that these are temporary. They will be replaced with in-house assets once we hire a artist. The bundle, so there's a few asset packs. So the main one that we're using is called Dreamscape. Villages, or Dreamscape Meadows and Dreamscape Towers for most of the things you see here. We have a couple of other packs, like the mineshaft here is from a free pack a couple months ago. Hold on, I can probably find it. No, I have the names. I pulled in the content. Okay, so we're using some things from the Advanced Village pack. There's the Crystal Cave Dreamscape series. I'm using a couple things from a Fantasy Forest pack, and we have monsters from a cute little monstrous forest pack. And then a couple of like seashells from the underwater ruins. Oh, and the stylized desert too. We're using a lot of the foliage and some of the rocks from there. How long have I been using Unreal? Since right before Unreal 4 was launched. But for the sake of argument, we could just say since the initial release of Unreal 4, which you had to pay for. But then they quickly removed the price, the subscription fee for Unreal 4, and then refunded people. Which is pretty cool. Not many people remember those days. Where are my rocks? Okay, save out-of-date packages. Go on. Thank you. Make me feel old. Unreal 4 released when I was still in college. I mean, we're probably the same age, so Unreal 4 for me released... Oh god, how old would I have been? Like 19? So I would have been in college had I finished high school and gone to college. Heard that Unreal is a built-in 3D modeling. I've heard that too. I have not used it yet. But I've heard it's pretty nice. It's pretty powerful. Unreal keeps adding new things to this engine, and I'm just trying to make games. Like, here's this new amazing feature that will save you a billion hours. Like, I'm still trying to learn how to use certain things. It is a skill issue. I mean, I don't think there's any one person who can learn every aspect of Unreal at this point. There's just so much. If there's a make cave, there probably is. It's called procedural generation. But I kind of prefer placing things by hand. So like all of these were placed by hand. I mean, you know, I use the foliage tool to place stuff, but then, you know, things like the all the ingredients were placed by hand, so I just prefer doing it that way for, I don't know, making something feel unique. You know Blueprint or C++? I know a little bit of C++, but mostly Blueprint. Oh, now you can't say it was handcrafted. I mean, what, do you want me to place, Lazy Fangs, you want me to place every single bush and tree without the use of the foliage tool? I'll do it for you. If you donate $5,000, I'm just kidding. Didn't place each individual grade grass blade to perfection. This is true. No. I'm not gonna delete all my trees for $5. When I saw C++ firsthand on Unreal, it's way more different than Unity C#. From what I've heard from some of my programmer friends, the biggest change for them moving from Unity to Unreal was just learning the API. Surprisingly, I had a lot of friends who moved directly from Unity to Unreal, and there was definitely a learning curve there. There's some very OCD dev out there that probably does that. You're probably not wrong. Unity C# has a built-in library. Unity is really, in my opinion, Unity is really powerful in the hands of knowledgeable developers. I mean, some of my favorite games have been made in Unity. Amplitude Studios makes all their games in Unity. But I think it also requires the individual developers to make a lot of in-house parts of their game, and if they aren't able to make that, it's not going to feel like it's at a significantly good level of quality, in my opinion. But people can disagree and change my mind about that, because again, the last time I used Unity was like 10 years ago. I learned how to learn both C++ and C# back in college. I prefer C#, but I no longer support Unity. That's a fair way to put it. I think C# is really strong. It's very powerful and enjoyable to learn. But I agree with you. I cannot support Unity at this point. I think there are C#. I think you can write C# for Unreal. I think Unreal supports C#. Doesn't natively, but I believe that there might be a plugin. I don't know. There's a C# for Unreal 5 compiler. Interesting. Shows Unity after the big CEO issue. I mean, I don't know if I could. It kind of goes against my values personally. But I also don't blame developers who, you know, are sticking with what they know and what feels comfortable. It's weathering out the storm, right? We're gonna make it big, so no use splitting hairs in that issue, yeah. I mean, even Genshin Impact is made in Unity, which is insane. wait, show. I don't know if that's gonna be. I don't think the cave is gonna be laggy. You have to consider that Unreal handles its meshes a bit different, and especially if I just convert these to nanite, there's not gonna be any issue. Hold on, let me pull up that thing. Yeah, I don't know if this is still kept up to date. There hasn't really been any commits for a while. Yes, I mean, okay, I'll post it in chat. Unity, this kid would be bad. Unreal, not really. Yeah, exactly. Unity or Unreal just has a lot of benefits out of the box for people who aren't explicitly coders. I need a simple idea. When I design games, I always overscope. Something small and simple but enjoyable. We can brainstorm if you want. Like right now, we can brainstorm. Chef on an epic journey to find the best pasta recipe. What game are you making? So our game is called Cauldron Chronicles. It is an open world alchemy game where the potions you make affects the fate of the NPCs that visit your shop. So less of a shopkeeping game, more of a, you're taking commissions. So they're very specific requests by NPCs. And if you provide them with good potions based on their needs, they might succeed in their adventures. Or if you accidentally or purposefully provide them with absolute trash, they might die, they might fail, they might be very angry. There will be seasons and weather, and these will determine what can grow and what can spawn. So you have to make sure to harvest the right ingredients that you need in the right seasons to prepare you for any commission possibility. Another thing, I want to make an FPS game, but I always go above my current scope. Doing this with friends or something. So right now we're building a prototype, which we are going to make a pitch and a GDD off of, and take to publishers and see if we can build a team up from this. So right now I'm alone and I'm unfunded, but the goal, you know, let me scale back the conversation. So I started the company because I don't want to sell myself out. I want to build a company based off of good ethical values, especially for how we treat game devs and how we treat the players. And I don't want to go public. I don't want to have like stocks, shares. I don't want to have shareholders. So I'm building this up as a private company, and that way we can get funding and remain private without having some external group or set of people tell us what to make and when to release it. So that's why we are currently just kind of doing the best we can with what we have, if that makes sense. I think it's a good idea too, but it's also very dangerous. It's just very risky, I guess I could say. Victor means himself, yeah. I mean, I like to speak of the company as an entity because eventually it will be, and if I can train my mind into referencing it like that, it'll be, I think, better. I would say that it's risky because I could easily take this, I could easily make this a corporation. You know, I could do that within a matter of a couple weeks. I could change the company type into a corporation and probably seek seed funding with a good business plan. The issue would be that, you know, of course, then we'd have shareholders probably, right? Because if I get seed funding, somebody is funding us, somebody has given us money and is going to be seeking something in return, usually profit. So it's risky to do this because I might never be able to get funding from it. I don't know. I need to see this. Okay, let's put this lower. Okay, I have a couple of lights coming in from back here. Floatzer sinks based on his work ethics and effort, yes. Basically, if we don't receive funding, you know, I don't have any funding, right? So I'm not, you know, my bank account goes down every month, not up. Because I don't have a salary. But I think, you know, I think it can be worth it. I think it can be worth it. I believe that right now is the best time to make a company that is built off of positive values for the players. No, that's the wrong way. Hold on. I'm gonna have a couple of lights poking in from back here. Unemployed guy posing as Raptor Jesus spends 8 hours a day placing rocks and spearing disinformation. I mean, I definitely say a lot of things about AAA. I don't mind blacklisting myself from AAA at this point because I'm never going to work for those companies anyway. And what if I'm too afraid to speak out about their bad practices just because I may not obtain some future job? Dude, fuck that. do is just find some friends to team up with. Yes, I agree with Lazy Fangs on this, where it sounds great, but most people either want money, and that's fine, that's acceptable, it's understandable. I don't judge people who would want to work for money, because of course that's how the world works. But oftentimes people need money so that they work full-time jobs. And so therefore, in my opinion, most people who have full-time jobs, especially already jobs in game dev, have the least amount of time and desire to do game dev in their free time. Especially trying to make something that is, building up a company to some extent. So I would love it, but I wouldn't say I've been burned in the past trying to do that, but it's just never worked out. I think the number of individuals who would have that kind of, I guess, like work ethic and desire, it's, I don't know, 1 in a million. Maybe not that much, but the sentiment remains. I have some friends who would 100% jump on board, but, they have to pay the bills. They have, medical bills. They have to pay rent. They have somebody to support. They jump on board the moment I had money to offer. And they support me in other ways, right? They don't have to, they may not have the time to work for me or to work with me, but they 100% support me by like watching the stream and giving me advice, testing my game. So I'm more than happy with that as well. So I would need to believe in the same vision and follow the same design. That's true. People who are unpaid usually feel like their ideas need to be implemented. It depends who you work with. I noticed that more with, like, people who haven't worked in the industry. It sounds kind of weird, but... Okay, and we should have 2 smaller bits up here. Where I can place something. I'm happy for any support that people give. I'm very blessed to have some amazing friends and family who will support me just by watching my videos, sending me the occasional $1 or 2. It all helps. It's all incredible. And just by being on the stream, you're already giving me a lot of motivation and support to keep pushing forward. I don't really keep friends around that don't believe in my values to some extent. And like I said, if I had the money to pay them, I know they would be there right from the start. No questions asked. But some of them, are just trying to survive. They barely have enough to make the rent, this month or whatever. They're looking for work. It's really tough in the games industry right now. Now, for me, I see this as an opportunity. I see the collapse of AAA as an opportunity to start pushing forward with this kind of company and these kinds of values. And we see more money starting to flow into indie developers and AA companies that are producing and exceptional games, and focusing on the game's quality first and their treatment of the players, right? And we can see that with like the Power World, management. We can see that with Helldivers management. These are people who love games at their core. These are not empty suits. These are not people that are looking to monetize your life savings away. And this is where the game dev money is flowing. They don't love gamers though. Who the fuck does it daily to destroy 2 tanks? Those tanks are really strong, I will say that. But the sentiment remains. Yeah, I think that I don't know. I believe in my company's values. I believe it because they are my values. I trust myself to stick by those values no matter what. I really can't be tempted. You can offer me $1 million today, but I'd have to sell out my values, and you know what? I'm not going to take it. Okay, the towers, yes, the automaton towers and Helldivers, those things are nasty. I really like fighting the automatons just because of the vibe of facing this endless wave of robots. It feels really awesome. But oh my god, are they hard on higher difficulties. Put another like hole here. I'm not sure. At the very least, it's good. We have only a couple of pokers. We got this one. I want to get more light shafts coming down in here, but it might be a little bit too far away. We'll see. Really hurts when you start sketching design up. Hold on. Game idea generator. There's a really good one that I've seen before. Is it this one? No. There used to be a pretty good fun generator for like video game ideas. I forget which one it was. It was like a fully black screen, and it just gave you some of the wackiest but actually kind of decent ideas. This one? I think it was this one. Brain damaged vocabulary story. Fuck, that's good. That's good. Legacy of Chicken Crisis. Italian Shadow Fiasco. Jackie Chan's Computer Fiasco. Crazy Goblin vs. Capcom. Nighttime Puzzle DS. Neo Turtle of Love. Romantic Cyborg Hell. Interesting. Religious Duck. There's something to that. There's something to Religious Duck. New name for robot Vietnam. Ninja Cannibal of Doom. Rad Helicopter. Okay. Hardcore Pony Punch Out. Oh no. Infinite Wrestling in the Middle East. Uh-oh. Sonic's Baseball Wars? What the hell? Wasn't there a Sonic sports game? Romantic Cyborg Hello, Cyberpunk's 2077 is a working title, right? Cyrus and Zero, that's a good one. Welcome. Thank you for the fart. Magical Conga Racer, Wondrous Chocobo Crush. Hardcore Mummy Factory. Mummy Factory. My Little Lowrider Adventure. Jesus Christ, that's good actually. Killer Robot Inspector. Is it a robot who is an he's a killer robot who is an inspector, or is it somebody who inspects killer robots? I was something about taking care of a magical creature, but I feel I can go down a rabbit hole. That feels challenging. Killer Buddhist DX. That's good, actually. Rock and Roll World War II Dash. There's your game idea, Lazy Fangs. Rock and Roll World War II Dash. Yep, I'll put the link to this site. This site's pretty good. Maybe I should use that. Asking a poll to make a game about World War II, typical American. Don't deny it, that would be funny. I was gonna ask you. I had a really bad question that nobody would want to answer. I'm not gonna talk about that. Sometimes I want to ask you guys questions, and then I realize, after thinking about it for 2 seconds, that probably not a great topic. Coward. I was gonna ask if any of you guys been to Auschwitz? Like, yeah, let's just ruin the mood. 1 hour into the stream. Not a fan of World War. Well, I mean, I don't think people go to Auschwitz because they're a fan of World War II. I don't think that's the reason. Yeah, I am a big fan. Why else would they go there? I think just to learn. I think it's very educational to see the depths to which humanity can sink. I don't know if I don't know if I can ever quantify how much it impacted me to visit it, but I can say that if anything, it just would reinforce my belief that people need to know that if pushed to a certain degree, that everybody has this capability. And we need to understand that and be careful about it. And seek for, love and peace rather than trying to ignite more fires. History is interesting. Yeah, it is. It's a museum now. It's a full-blown museum. It's, you can visit everything in there. It's harrowing. It's harrowing. It's not a good. You're not gonna have a good day there. You're gonna come out and. I think it's worth visiting, but. I mean, what else would you expect from visiting that, right? But legitimately interested in history is what I think of. Oh, okay, I see. Just kind of a difference in the usage of that word. I get what you mean, though. Been tracing back my family tree for a bit over a year now, and it's very interesting the things I found out about some of my ancestors. We've had a lot of trouble in my family to trace back our family history. Speaking of mood-killing World War II museums, I've been to the Hiroshima Eba Museum, and it's confusing. Like, in Hiroshima? I went to something in, I think, New Orleans. There was some, like, World War II museum. Was it New Orleans, or was it somewhere else? It was very good. It was a very nice museum. What was confusing about it? I don't think I've known anyone who's gone to the Hiroshima Museum. I'm in trouble with one side of my family, but the other side, I'll just say that one of my ancestors makes appearances in some TV shows and movies, which I'll keep it at that so I don't dox myself. Oh. That's pretty cool. I mean, do you have, like, any contact with that person, or is it just more they're in your family tree? I went to the U.S. World War II Museum in New Orleans, and it's terrible in my amateur historian opinion. I don't know if it was... Okay, let me see if it was that one. Was it this one? National World War II Museum. I think it was this one. I quite liked it, but I mean, if you say it's bad, you can convince me. I mean, actors have played him. He's been dead since the mid-1500s. Oh, I see. That's very interesting. So I guess he's just like a major historical figure. That's pretty cool. Or I mean, I hope a positive historical figure and not like someone evil or something, right? Sensual rocket domination. Jesus Christ, that's good. He wasn't known as a great guy, but he has done some redeeming things, okay. I mean, isn't that everyone in history, right? Fiery Raccoon Overlord. That's a good one too. I like that idea. Everybody's a shade of gray, right? Dyslexia hitting good, huh? Whose? Mine? Oh, Overload. Well, I mean, Fiery Raccoon Overlord would also be pretty good too. How about Fiery Raccoon Overlord Overloaded Edition? Alright, let me buff up this landscape a bit, make it look a bit nice. Over Reloaded. That reminds me of the what was the game? It was Journey to a Savage Planet. Journey to the Savage Planet, wasn't it? Journey to the Planet. TV commercial. Which one was it called? Blob Love. Wasn't it this one? Yeah, it was mobile VR. I think it was this one, Golden Fleece Edition. So I don't know if you guys ever played this game, but they had some in-game commercials that are just ridiculous.
Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece Edition. Unrelenting. Pay more, win more. 5 stars. Get all the action with clear on the substance. Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece will totally blow you away. With over 200,000 combinations of temporary in-game purchases to completely decimate your war chest. Fantasize and customize as we monetize and capitalize in maximum overdrive. Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece. More action, more destruction, more microtransaction requirements than any other game. It's unparalleled. Mobile VR V17 Golden Fleece coming soon from Brain Drain Games.
It's not in the game. Unless you separately purchase each character, world, element, model, and texture. Also coming soon.
Mobile FPS MMAIDGAF for DHD Double D. The next level in hyper-simulated nonsense from Brain Drain Games.
It's not in the game.
I think that speaks for itself. It's absolutely great. What's confusing about it? They have a bunch of facts that make you feel bad on the surface, like a whole bunch of children were killed while they were clearing rubble, which is tragic. But then you think, why were they clearing rubble? Why were children being used as a labor force for a war effort? The answer is the entire populace was militarized for the war effort. Yes, their deaths could have been avoided if they were not working on military projects. I mean, World War II is I think it's a very complex topic where every single nation probably has some level of I don't know how to put it, like I would say there are no saints in war, maybe if you could put it that way. I mean, the US loves to paint Russia as, at least when I was in school, they loved to paint Russia as one of the allies, right? And then you kind of learn later.
Good morning.
Mixor Studio,
So, you heard anything
welcome.
about any,
Thank you for the follow.
bounty hunters in these parts?
Yo, double
Couldn't
D.
say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. Hello there. Hello there. How's it going? It's going great. How's it going with you? How big is this hump? That's kind of a big hump. Let me smooth that out. Going good? It's great to hear. Mind if I lurk here? You are very welcome to lurk, and because you are a follower, you actually get the lurk emote we have for free. Lurk away. Lazy bum. We like our lurkers. Let's place some pebbles down. Hey, Blitzkrieg. Comes in here and takes my carpet space. Hey, there's enough carpet. There's enough carpet. I'll put another some more polar bear fur down. What is a lurk? You just want like Moobot to respond with the micro lurk emote?
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
This is true. Rock and stone. Okay, let's see if there are any holes here. I can't see anything. It looks like we're okay. I mean, this is the hole we want. We want this one hole. But there shouldn't be light coming in from like anywhere else. Ooh, what's that? What is this? What do my eyes see? What do your elven eyes see, Legolas? That's a hole. I don't know where it is, but it's up here somewhere. There it is. Ew. Gross. Don't go towards the light. A command replies with a funny text that keeps you in the world. For example, make sorcerers went for an adventure, hope they don't die. I can do something like that. Let me get my new streaming computer built though first. My mind's kind of focused on that and having to do taxes. As sad as it sounds. A streaming computer with us in the room now. No, it is not. Did I have the pebbles here as static meshes in the foliage system? I do. Oh, floating rocks, gross. Just paint one there. It's gonna be hard to place them there without them floating. I can place them there by hand or something, but we'll see. Floating a bit. Don't like. Pass. We do those as part of the foliage system just because it will randomly rotate and scale them, but they'll also cull at a certain distance, so it helps a little bit, right? Anything's better than nothing. Oh, cave. Meshes. Go to mine minerals for potions in the mines. So you can collect minerals. Like we have the separate cave, right? Where is it? This way. You can collect these crystals because they're ingredients. I don't have these ones set up from this pack yet, but I'll probably do something similar. I like the idea of there being many different types of ingredients that the player can utilize for, making potions. You'll also be able to hunt and fish for ingredients. I also have an Amazonian buff girlfriend that is full moons. He promised that yesterday, so it must be yes. Everything I promise will be true. I will promise everything in this game. Everything that you think will be in this game will be in this game. It's not true. Please don't make me. Don't make me do it. Don't make me put your wildest fantasies and kinks in this game. Due to procedural generation, you may never see everything. Exactly. I have a lot of people pushing me to use procedural generation for this game. And I'll be honest, I don't really want to use it. The Sean Murray defense. There were only, at that time with No Man's Sky, there were only a few reporters that were actually calling out the bullshit for that game. And, that just shows that, I think, times have changed, of course, but the level of hype on No Man's Sky was unreal, and the journalists were feeling it too, and those are the people that should be the most skeptical, in my opinion. Yeah, I also agree with that. Like, I'm happy for the No Man's Sky team that they were able to recover from this, but it doesn't change the fact that they said very specific things about that game at launch, and that was not the game at launch. I mean, they said that game was multiplayer, and it was not multiplayer. I think that thanks to No Man's Sky, people have a better idea of what procedural generation looks like, and are able to kind of spot these flaws now, but still, I am very much in agreement with you that what happened, in my opinion, is not excusable. I think Cyberpunk 2077 was also in that similar path. Marketing that game as a RPG first, shooter second. And even to a much lesser, but still upsetting extent, Baldur's Gate 3 had some issues like that. Like players being able to talk to their patrons, Upper City being fully explorable. For me, it's simple. Just don't promise anything that isn't going to be in the game. This cave is gonna be a lumen nightmare. Promise me that's not in the game is simple, but every incentive in the marketplace. You're very right. You are 100% right. And you know that as a gamer who just wants to, you know, have developers not lie to me, that scares me. I just don't know what to trust anymore. Because you're 100% correct. But I think there are some very good developers that they've reached that same understanding and belief as me with that, where if you want it to stop happening, just start your own studio and don't do it. You know, and of course that is also easier said than done, but I do see it happening more and more often. I try to follow the people that are doing that. Like Greg Street, who used to be the lead designer on World of Warcraft. Lead systems designer on World of Warcraft, and he worked at Riot as the head of creative development. He's now set up his own company called Fantastic Pixel Castle, making a new MMO, and their values are the exact same as like mine and our companies. And he's sharing everything. They openly talk about their game. They're private, you know, and I think that this is the future of game dev here, is people like this. All the big, intelligent, experienced individuals are leaving the companies they used to work at and starting their own indie companies. And I think that's a good thing for players. But it's going to be hard to break. It's going to be hard to break so much understanding of players that when they think of a studio, they think of it as a monolith of sorts, where every single game that that company has made is made by the same people, and all the people that made those games that they like are still there making more games. Which is, you know, for anyone who's in game dev, we know that that's not true, right? But players, I think, have that perception sometimes, and companies like that perception because it helps to build hype if they have one good success. I mean, should I place? We have a missiveness. Do I need to place any, like, point light? The consumers, unless gamers are, as a subset of that, are told they should believe that companies are monoliths. I think so. I can place that, just give some extra light. I think they are told that, and I don't know of a way to get individual names out there more, but I'm gonna try it. You know, if we can build up a team, I want to put their faces in front of the camera too. I want to, you know, at some point I will have to stream less on this channel, but it doesn't mean that this channel will not be streaming. It just means I will have other members of the team streaming, like what they're working on, and they can be the source of entertainment for that day. That to me is a way for you to, for the gamers, you know, if anyone here is just a consumer and not a developer, you know, you'll be able to learn of everybody on the team and get to know their personalities, their way of thinking, what they do for the game. And hopefully if we can do that enough, people will see Microraptor Games and know more than just like my name. And I think that's important to me. So if people really like the, let's say, the art in our game, they'll know who made it. Or they really like the sound and the music, they'll know who made it. I don't want to hog the glory, if you know, if we can call it that even before the game's out, but I'm not going to hog the glory. I want the team to have the glory. What colors do we want? There, maybe some more blue. We'll see if players like that when, you know, when we push for kind of like developer renown. I'm gonna reset that. You know, you'll see with a lot of games, I think they like to shove the lead people out there in front of the camera. And it's usually just because that's the responsibility, is for the lead developers to be good in front of a camera, to talk to consumers well, know what they're doing, know what they're saying. But to me, that doesn't build experience in the team. It's not really immensely helpful if every time we need somebody in front of the camera, we put the same person there, because then the other people who may want to be in front of the camera or may have to be in front of the camera for any number of reasons, they don't have experience doing it. Ooh woo. Good one. Thank you for the woo. And I think, you know, as just, I guess, a leader of, I guess, of something, I want to have a team that is capable of anything. I want to have a team that if I say, okay, you three, you're going to be doing this, you know, give it your best. And you three, you're going to be doing this, give it your best. I'm going to be over here doing my best. I can just trust everybody to do some crazy shit because I've given them the opportunity to learn how to do that. You know, that's kind of important to me. It's just grow the team, grow the skills. The more we all know, the better we can all do. That's pretty enticing. A bit of camera time for each member is beneficial. Yeah, I really think so. It's gonna be sad, but at some point I will just have other duties. You know, as the owner of the company, and I think it'll be great if I can trust that there are people who want to and can stream to you guys and show you what they're working on and just be proud of it. You know, like, I don't really put it out there, but we don't have very strict NDAs at our company when we start hiring people. The only thing that I want to prevent, you know, employees from talking about is like company financials, individual team member, like private information, like their names, whether there's, I don't know, just things that are common sense, but just to make sure that it isn't shared. Of course, if there are company financial issues, I'll probably be the one to share them. I just want to make sure that we get that information right and not just have people kind of talking about it openly. But everything else regarding like their job, what they're doing, what they're working on, I don't have any problem with them sharing that publicly, talking about it, being proud about it. If they want to say, hey, look at this concept art I have, or look at this cool system I'm prototyping, yeah, let's show it. How much are you limiting your talent pool if you're only going to hire people who are good in front of a camera? So it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm only going to be hiring people that are good in front of a camera, but just that I want to get people in front of the camera if they want, so that they can gain some of that knowledge, experience. So it's not going to be I'm going to be forcing people, but you know, maybe I didn't word that properly the first time. I won't be forcing people, don't worry. But if they want that experience, I'm not going to say, well, you're not in the right position for this, so you don't get to do it. Can you get better art director, for example, if you open up to people who didn't have to be good? So my main focus for hiring will be hiring people that fit the values of our company first. And if they really don't want to be in front of a camera, I don't mind that. I'm not going to force them. But if they have a desire to be and to share what they're working on, or even if they just want to have me streaming but appear for maybe 30 minutes to talk about what they're working on, I'm really cool with that. Like they wouldn't even have to be in front of a camera. They could also just be streaming without a camera on. I just think that it would be cool if we can have some regular content to be streaming to you guys, but that isn't just me. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I wasn't very specific about that. I apologize. There's kind of only like one that's bright and blue. How big are these? About like that. I'd still like for some ambient light to come in through that, but I'm not sure I'm gonna get it, that hole being so small. Yeah, most important thing for me when hiring is values. I need people that aren't going to sabotage the company or who... I mean, that sounds kind of bad when I put it that way, but... Let me back up. So if you build up a company with people who really enjoy games, customers first, and then you start hiring people who are just in it for the money, who don't really care, who don't want to interact with the players, they could care less about the players, and I have known people like this in the game industry. You start to have a divide in the company's goals, and people who don't believe or don't care about what the company is trying to achieve. And this does create a divide in how different members of the company will support the projects and support the players. So the reason why we would hire for values first, for people who believe in our values, is because then we can have everybody at the same page, and I can be confident that if we have like a game release and we have some issues, people are, you know, reporting to the Discord, that I have people in there, not just a community manager, for instance, who doesn't really understand the problems, but individual team members who are themselves the developers, who can help, who can respond back, ask for details. If that makes sense. God damn it, another hole. Well, there are good examples of this working actually already. I know quite a few successful individual developers, right? I would say individual like development companies who have successfully focused on hiring for culture first, skills second, and they have nothing but positive things to say about it. You know, so if I'm, you know, in between two art directors and I have art director A who doesn't share our values but has the highest experience, and then I have art director B who has not as much experience but fits our values perfectly, I'm choosing art director B every day of the week, no matter what. Because, you know, skills can be earned. Values, I think, are something that they go to a deeper level of who you are, right? These aren't emissive, right? No, these aren't emissive in any way. I think what it will do is it'll just take us longer to find certain team members than if we were just focusing on hiring people and not giving a shit about their culture. And remember, this is, or their values, right? This, I don't mean culture in like a, I don't know what, you know, the sense that you usually use the word culture in, but like the values that they hold and whether or not they align with our desire to make, you know, to be collaborative. We're gonna have a flat structure, so I don't want any egos. You know, we're gonna be transparent with players, and I need people who work well with the community, who aren't actively or in any way anti-consumer or anti-player. Yeah, I know you know what I mean, but I just want to make sure people aren't. You don't like other cultures? You know, it's 2024. I gotta be specific about that shit, unfortunately. I think anything about VS Code. I've heard of it. Remind me again, because I feel like I have a programmer friend who mentioned that at some point, but I've forgotten what it was. '24 we get canceled for anything, yeah, pretty much. There we go, we got somebody who can help. If I put that so close, it'll be hard to see back the depth of this. Makes me want to play RuneScape now. Which I kind of want to do because they have a new update out today. I at least have to finish with the cave first though, if I'm going to jump over that. Another hole.
and stone every.
Rock and stone. Why did it cut it short? Man, sound alerts is whack sometimes. Oh, I'm stupid. I know what VS Code is. It's the light version of Visual Studio. Dude, I'm so dumb sometimes. Every time I hear VS, my mind goes to vertical slice. When of course it also means Visual Studio. I've got vertical slice in my mind though. So focused I am on it. Ooh, I like that. You can kind of see the purple sometimes in the back there. Add some depth to the area. There is a blueprint here for random rocks. This is random, but it's like only blue and gold. They also do this in a really weird way. Like, how about you just do... random integer between 0 and last index. And it's gonna call this randomly each time, so you don't even need to copy and paste it, you can just do this. Because each call of that is going to do another random get. You can save yourself the headache. And the spaghetti. See? Much nicer. So much nicer. And then that means if we add new meshes to this, it'll automatically update. They added ore twice. Why would you do that? See? So much nicer. Didn't we have one other pocket? Well, we had this, but we put some herp in there. I swear we had one other pocket somewhere. I'm crazy. Just a little bit back here. Yeah, this was it. Crossroads, how you doing? Hello, hello. The lovely creator of our emotes. Lovely creator of our lovely emotes. Trying to level crafting classes in Final Fantasy XIV. I've heard you can level those individually, right? Like you can have all of them level is what I mean. Never played Final Fantasy XIV. Not going well, I'm constantly broke. How do you make more money? Or to whatever the currency is? Level them separately. That's nice. Primary making money is selling things. What kind of things do you sell? Do you like sell them to other players or do you sell them to NPCs? Other place is the Vespet. It was done through retainers. Through retainers? What do you mean? Oh, so you remain anonymous. Is that important to remain anonymous? Wouldn't, like, people want to know who they're buying from? Means no one has messaged you to lower price asking. Okay, that makes sense. Now it makes sense. I can get this made for $5 cheaper down the road. Yeah, I'm gonna remake this. That's yeah, it's not the not the right direction I wanted that to go. Moff, good luck. Take care, man. Thank you again for showing up. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you as well. Might play some old school RuneScape later today, just a fair warning. The big expansion coming out. I'm super excited for that. I'll let you know when we're about to do that though. Problem at the moment is that I'm very close to getting my alchemy to 60 and I have 412 gil. Are you cheating? my game and it's alchemy with another game. How dare you? How much is 412 gil though? No. How much is this 412? I'm gonna block the... Hold on, where's that shaft? I mean, I do kind of wish it was more visible, but it'll be fine. I can travel anywhere up to Heavensward with teleport, and that is it right now. God. Maybe somebody can like loan you some money. Do people do that in that game? Host an ERP party in your house. I think that can make money. Don't do that. I've heard it can make a lot of money. I've seen like a couple of asthma videos about that. God. It looks a bit degen. I will say that. Not Balmon. Do you know how hard it is to get a house? No, I don't. Are there only like limited number of houses, or is it just that they're really expensive to get? I don't know anything. As hard as it is in real life. That one hits. That one hits home. There is a limited number. 50,000 to start. Really? I would have thought that players would have purchased all of them by now. If there are only a limited number. Just because the game's been out so long, right? I think people bid on them. Oh. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So I was like 50,000, you have 412. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but if people bid on them, I'm sure they go up to pretty insane prices, right? People lose houses when their subs expire, so to keep them, you have to keep playing. The housing situation in the game is shit. Yeah, that's crazy, you lose. I mean, it makes sense to... But still, I mean, is there any, like, grace period? I guess that could be abused, though, couldn't it? I guess you can just try to get into a big guild that has a house, yeah. Wow. Limited number of houses. I didn't know that about the game. That's wild. I guess like those... Careful about buying a house, I guess. you invisible? I guess it is. You do get an island once you finish Endwalker, though. And that's kind of like everybody gets to have their own house kind of thing, right? There are just then other houses that have specific locations in the world that, you know, are limited. So those kind of have the renown to them, and then there's the free one that you can get, but it's kind of like private. I assume you could probably invite friends to it, but it's more like instanced house. That makes sense. Not a house, just an island, outdoor furniture. Okay. Is that too bright? I'll run over to it. You guys can tell me what you think if that's too bright. Gilligan's Island. I'm glad there's somebody else who knows what Gilligan's Island is. A 3-hour tour. Was it a 3-hour tour? And I watched that back in the day on, oh god, what was the channel called? Was it AMC? I don't remember. Can't grow plants, which is another problem I have run into. Okay, you can see into there, that's nice. Nice little hole. Grab that red teacup. You're watching reruns of it with my grandparents. It's exactly the same for me. Exactly the same. Like everything that all the stuff that my grandparents watched, I actually really enjoyed. All the old shows, all the old movies. Especially my grandpa loves Westerns. I love Westerns now too, probably in part because of him. Right, you can read Emily Dickinson poems to the tune of Gilligan's Island. There's no way. Dog freaking out? Oh. This looks too bright. Like, I can lower the emissiveness of this a bit just so that the cave is a bit more, well, doesn't feel like it's daytime. Yes, is the way you can put it. Because I could not stop for death and try it. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't remember the theme tune of Gilligan's Island. I remember certain parts of it. I need to make that less bright. Problem is that it just uses this static mesh. But I create a dynamic material instance. It does have emissive intensity, but they are global scalar parameters. What might work? Create dynamic material instance. MI crystal. Yellow. Set material. Set scalar parameter value. Emissive intensity. It's because it's so large. Car drove by. It's still bright. That even work? I just have a cat, so I can't empathize with the dog freaking out. I mean, my cat freaks out for weird reasons too, I guess, so. I mean, this is the right parameter name. Oh, that's definitely it. Just like 1 is still too much. If I set it lower than 1, it'll actually just not have too much emissive property, won't it? She doesn't do that all the time, but when she does, it's loud. What kind of dog is it? What the dog doing? It's a bit better. I ignore those warnings, they're just because I'm simulating. I have an air diffuser next to my computer. And it's right, it sucks in, so it kind of looks like my computer is sucking in a vape. Just like a fat vape cloud. Pretty funny sometimes. She's a mutt. I don't know if she has some kind of hunting breed in her. Do you go hunting? You a hunter and a fisher? Oh look, it's a Butterfree. It really just looks like I added Pokemon to my game. And I'm here for it. On occasion, not often, rescued her though as a puppy. It's really cool. I've been hunting in ages. Last time I went hunting, I don't remember how old I was. I sat in a tree stand for hours in the cold and saw nothing. So the typical hunting experience. But I think if I ever get back to the States, I'll buy a rifle. And if I live in a state with concealed carry, I'm thinking of doing of earning my permit. And hopefully never have to use it at anything but the range. We really need to help clutter up this this ground area. But overall, I'm pretty happy with the surroundings of this a bit. I like this. Feels good. Probably turn off the collisions on the water plane as well. Giving up Lovely Alchemist. Going fishing. I love fishing. I also haven't been fishing in a long time. And I really enjoy fishing. But, you know, I live in the city now, and like I don't have a car. I don't have even space for fishing, you know, equipment. But I love fishing. It's relaxing. You can hang out with your friends. You can drink a bit. Spent most of my gil to get there. You can do it. I believe in you. You will get your money back. You'll get some nice fish. Down to 76. Oh boy. Oh boy. Elder Mist. Elder Mist. We do want to place some Elder Mist down here. I'm going to single paint these down. Should be... oh no, it is. Okay. We're cool. I guess I have an obsession with just glowing things in my games. I don't know why. I like the glow. Sue me. What else can we put down here? Do I have a red crystal? Where's the red crystals? U, elemental P, URS. I saw a meme the other day about the... it was like a ranking of the alphabet song. You guys seen that? I don't know if I could find it anymore. Here it was. It was this. It's a tier list of the different sections of the alphabet song, and honestly, accurate. I ran off my Gatorade in the freezer last night to get cold break now. Well, it'll thaw pretty quickly. Kind of cool. I have this like this wrist rest, and it's magnetic. Be awesome. Yeah, this is an accurate tier list, I think. I like this setup. The only thing is that... Why can I not select that? My only worry is that the player probably won't be able to reach the back toadstool. Do it more like this. Oh my god, I forgot I'm placing rocks down. Oh. Shit. I forgot I showed the rocks selected, so I'm placing rocks down every time I place. Oh, damn it. Will there be combat in this game? Yes. With potions. Although I will say that I need to explore this first, so I cannot promise combat, but I am absolutely going to be looking into it. So the potions you make, you'll be able to use in combat with NPCs as well, and it's going to be more of a mechanic-based combat rather than HP-based. So you'll have to find the mechanics that an enemy is weak to. I think getting to taste my own medicine made fun of my husband for being a poor cat boy when he was leveling and having to constantly give him gale. Now I got to be a poor Lalafell. I think there's some karma there. Finally back. Why did I see some kind of alphabet here? Okay, so Lazy Fangs, do you know the alphabet song in the US? Because this is going to be really, I think this is pretty funny to Americans, and I don't know if like Canadians have the same kind of song. But I think that this is pretty accurate for the American alphabet song. Sing us an example. I have to sing it for you. Yes, it is accurate, right? You guys want me to sing it for you? I'll sing you the children's song that we used to learn the alphabet song. Okay, it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now you know your ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? Something like that. I think I got the ending wrong, but that's how it is. Thank you. I know I'm an absolute model citizen here with my singing. Pretty sure that was right. Yeah, I think so. I used to be in a choir. I actually was in a choir for like 10 years. I think if I remember correctly, I won an award too at some point for singing. I don't know why. Kind of weird. Pulling the chart would be slightly different. What is it like? Abet said F G. You guys don't have V or There's like 2 letters you don't have, right? You don't have V because you have W. F, G. I don't know if you do H. I don't know if you do H or if you do H. E. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which ones you pronounce the letters of and which ones you pronounce the way that you would say them. Ah for H, okay. Oh my god, keep clipping me. You guys are brutal. Can the player reach up there if I put like an Elder Mist up here? Sneaky little Elder Mist. Tell me, don't it? Because worse, everything goes in the D rank. If you add, be like O L Ch U J J. What's the difference between the 2 Z's? Because you do have the two different Z toppers. Those are the ones that really messed me up when I moved to Poland. Were like the L L L L. Fucking crazy, man. Your language is wild. J is very hard. J is softer. Okay. You also have the CH, right? And then just regular H, but that's kind of antiquated. From what I've heard, that's antiquated, and now you can use either. You know, there used to be like more of a. Yeah, ooh and ooh, yeah. That's another one. If anyone is wondering what sounds I'm making and why it sounds like I'm dying, it's because I'm speaking Polish. Use the O next to W. Okay. Rude. Every language has its weird stuff. Like for English, it's you have to learn word origin because apparently we can't get our pronunciation straight. Right? This is... I need to clean up this navigation. Oh boy. It's just pronounced similar to the S in pleasure. Okay. The G in mirage. The voice retroflex sibilant, but for an English speaker, associated with the CH sound in treasure is a good approximation. I agree. There is a softer version of treasure. It can be likened to the D sound in azure, the more soft in ZH sound. It's less common in English. Try to say ZH softly close to it. I need to get some volumes in here. English word tours can be spelled the same, pronounced differently. Hell yeah. GPT mind use so much, maybe, by the way. Recently, GPT changed pricing schemes and I'm livid. Oh, of course they did. Welcome to closed AI. That bad tax. Man, I have to explain that one to my parents all the time. Oh, so you're buying some computer parts. Is it cheap? Even, you know, because you make less money in Poland? Like, no, it costs the same as the US. Plus 23%. It's like having to explain getting a different end price because of tax. I mean, it is, because like in the US you have sales tax, which differs by state. Some states don't have a sales tax, I believe. Just because the US is, I think the proper term is federalist, right? Where each state can govern itself to some extent. So you have some states with better tax incentives for like businesses, some better for individuals. Americans don't pre-calculate the tax. Some places do. Some places do. Fine Valve Index was such a nice surprise. Other headsets that cost 1 to 6K. Valve Index, or 6K. I just want to cut off the... Yeah, sales tax in the US is basically like VAT tax. Just gets added to everything. But it's usually much lower. State and local sales tax. Oh, here's a good one. So you can see some places are like much higher and some are much lower. So it depends where you live. Hi, TD Zombie. And some places will do, they will say like, this is the price plus tax. So you buy something for like $5 and it will have the tax included in that. Some places don't do that, so it just depends. Yeah, some things will do that. Tax not included, right? I guess like Oregon, Montana, and New Hampshire have no... Delaware have no sales tax? I don't know. Yeah, and cities might have their own taxes too. Yeah, they'll label it in like restaurants. And like, again, like some places add the tax to the cost, some don't. It always shows up on your bill, of course, but there might be some states too, and I don't know this, but there might be some states that require that everything be priced with tax included, but I'm not sure about that. I know some states have better corporate tax structures too, which are good for like businesses. Yeah, there's some good parts of federalism and there's some bad parts. We saw some of the bad parts where, with COVID response, I would say would be a good example. States can set their own laws, so technically they don't have to follow federal guidelines. Although federal guidelines were maybe not the greatest thing to follow. Well, that's a different topic though. But it also means that they don't have to follow like federal law with, I don't know, something like marijuana ban, right? So federally, marijuana is not legal, but it is in certain states because states can govern themselves, was the belief of the founding fathers. They didn't want federal government oversight. For the Poland Day, for that, and also the way we do our yearly tax review, at least when you're in company. You know what, I like in Poland that taxes are a lot more simple, in my opinion, than the US. The only thing I'm not super happy with is that I think they intentionally hide the cost of an employee. And it's crazy just how expensive employees are in Poland. It is ridiculously crazy how expensive taxes are. Taxes are, I think, about like 60% or something, like 50 to 60% in Poland, but they pass it off to the employer. And I think that a lot of people don't understand just how crazy taxes are because of that. It's just a personal opinion, though. So public health care and pension secured with that, to some extent. I mean, from what I've heard from everybody, the public health care is just not something you can really rely upon for a lot of things. Usually like the smaller aspects, but when you need it for larger aspects, it's nice. I think from what some people have told me, it's that in a lot of cases there's old people that just kind of gum up the system because they go in too often. Like for the smallest things. I don't know if that's accurate, that's just what I have been told. So you kind of still need private healthcare. Private healthcare would always be more preferable, as by a lot of companies have packets. Yeah. I think too, at least from what I've seen, the private healthcare in Poland, and this might be a requirement by the EU. I'm not sure. You can tell me if it is or not, but it's very transparent about what it covers and how much it covers. In my opinion, it's really easy in Poland to shop around for private health coverage. Much more so than the US. And it's not terribly expensive to get private health care. It's a cost, but it's not terribly expensive. Well, it sounds nice. Yeah, there's some really nice aspects to it. You know, like any country, there are some drawbacks and negatives, but you'll get that anywhere, right? Got some good stuff, got some bad stuff. I wouldn't say I'm like happier here, but I'm not unhappier here compared to the US either. I think there are just some really awesome things and there are some not so awesome things. Why are we pulling stealing our women? Yeah, it was mainly for like living closer to my living with my fiance, and for work. You know, I wanted to do an EKG for my wrist. My private doctor gave me a referral for medical examination. It cost over around 800 zloty. Had to wait 3 months for it. Jesus Christ. I know somebody, a friend of ours, who she needed something done, I think with her shoulder, and she would have had to wait 6 months if she wanted it done free. Like, yep, that's kind of how it is. Like, it's nice if you can wait, but sometimes you can't wait, right? So I think like there's trade-offs here with, you know, fully free healthcare and fully private healthcare. I really would like to see a system that maybe made certain non-elective surgeries like cancer treatments, or you know, just certain types of things that could be covered by the wider, you know, nation. And I'm just speaking here of a hypothetical nation, right? But that's non-electives. Wait, no, that's certain non-electives were covered, but electives, things like, I don't know, you want something, you know, some surgery for like some facial surgery or something that you just want to have, maybe is not covered by other people. I don't know how to put it. I don't think we should be charging cancer patients. I don't know how to put it. That's my belief. Okay, that's pretty good. I could throw one in here too. Maybe at least something to cover the top of the rocks. Or I could select these ones and just tell them not to affect navigation. I don't know, that'll be really tough to manage though. I don't want to have to pay for Becky's. Yeah, exactly. Like, that and lobbying is ridiculous. I mean, you know, there's so many problems, at least in the US, with the prices of things. And it really, I think it all comes down to the insurance companies and the lobbying. But this is just from a perspective of somebody who doesn't really know what they're talking about, so take that with a grain of salt. Good luck, Katagaru. I know that there was some company in the US recently that had started an initiative to lower the cost of medicine. I told my parents about it because my brother is diabetic and there's quite a bit of health issues in my family. You know, and price of insulin is one that is very highly contested, especially historically, where the developer, I don't know if it's right to say inventor, but the person who came up with insulin, just put it that way, you know, basically wanted it to be available to the entire world for free. He didn't believe that it was something that should be kept behind a paywall, essentially, and now it is. Which is pretty messed up, if you ask me. I think that's generally decent for nav mesh. I think he did patent it, but I think he sold the patent to some like college or medicine or some hospital. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure he patented it, but he sold the patent for it for $1. Under the hope that this would be spread around the world and made available, because it is apparently very cheap to produce. There's US company undercutting Big Pharma. Mark Cuban. He has a company, what's it called? Cost Plus Drugs, that's what it is. So if you're in the US, there's this interesting company called Cost Plus Drugs, and I do not know how well this works. I don't know what is, you know, where it's supported, but they find really cheap, they synthesize the drugs, I think, or they get the drugs at a much cheaper price, and they sell them to you. You know, like generic versions of that. Your parents, if your parents use it, how does it work? And I don't know if you can like talk about it, if it is really cheaper or if it's nice. You're the only person that I know that uses it at this point. Because it's one of those things that seems too good to be true, but maybe it is. Cost Plus Drug. I really have to remember that name, Cost Plus Drugs. Do Blueprints Animals. Let's place a couple snailos down here. I could prevent the snailos from getting out as well. But I think we'll be okay if we just place them in. They say it is cheaper. They've tried to get me to use it, but there isn't really that much difference from my own medication. Okay. I mean, I'm glad it works. I don't know if it's only supported in like some states or with some. I really don't know how it works. I really don't know. They say they have cheaper drugs and. The prices look insane. I think it would really help, you know, the elderly, for instance, or people who have very specific needs. I don't know. Or, I don't know, heart health. I mean, some things just look dramatically cheaper, right? Whatever this like droxidopa is 483 versus $20. I mean, they probably have like a how it works, right? Our mission. They mention how it works. Yeah, and they also say that they're like every product we sell is priced exactly the same way. Our cost plus 15% plus the pharmacy fee, if any. Hydrate. So it's like they're at least very upfront with with that, right? I'm kind of just curious how they do it. We price our drugs based on what it costs. Where do they buy it then? So if it's not the manufacturers that are charging this much money, then where do they... No, where does that money come from? And why are the manufacturers not charging that much? It just seems... Like there's been no scandals with this place, right? So I assume that it is working, but I'm just curious why, if there's so much money being added to that final value, why did the manufacturers not do that? Or maybe this place is manufacturing their own. Kind of like what Walmart does, right? With the Great Value brand, which is Walmart's own brand. So they save a lot of money on production. Ooh woo. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that it's working. I should ask my parents if Hey, Okapi, how you doing? It's such a good combo. Guys in this fart. I'm gonna have to put a cooldown on this fart. I'm in it for another 11 Kawayami. Whoop. It's already a cooldown. You guys are really protecting the farts. Looks nice. Leave my gas alone. Typical American coming for our gas. Our petrol. Please make the fart 50k a piece. Oh, Copy, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing? Cute little snail. Where's the other snail? Oh, there he is. He's hanging out by the toadstool. Go be free, little buddy. Okay, I like this room. I think it's pretty cool. I think we could still add a bit more to it. But a little bit barren. It's a good start. Doing good, resting. No, I no longer have work responsibilities while job hunting. Oh. Was that a choice of job hunting or a not your choice? No choice, oh. You say you're doing well though. You're okay with it? That's good. let's get some blue crystals in. Well, these are the collectible blue crystals, so I want to place these down where the player can collect them. Do we have purple crystals? Yeah, we do. Lots of medical progress. Did my makeup yesterday, shopping on Friday, and much progress on my fan game. That's really awesome. Great to hear. One bad thing compared to many good things. That's good. Good outlook. Keep the happiness up. There's certainly not enough happiness in this world. Or there is. And nobody talks about it. And they should. People should talk about happiness. It'd be kind of cool to play some Nightshade in here somewhere. We actually list Nightshade as being able to grow in the cave biomes. Kind of curious if we do. You're alive. That's pure happiness. Well, thank you. I try to keep a good outlook on things. I don't always do it, but I try. Do list it as being in caves. Let's add some to a cave then. Okay, out-of-date packages you can save. Thank you. And the kids were, yeah, they definitely like to fart. Little fart monsters in chat. Don't get offended. You're the one spamming it. You're one of the people. What's going on? Damn it. Why is it blowing in the wind? There's no wind down here. It's a cave. I mean, there could be wind. I need that to... align normal. Not working. I can move it there manually. I will move it there manually. I also got localization to work in my fan game. That's pretty awesome. Hey Casper, how you doing? Everybody's coming out of the woodwork today. It just sounds bad. Okay-ish? Why just okay-ish? Why not better than that? Now play it in 4 languages. Can you play it in 4 languages at once, though? Big bugs with loading order, though, so trying to fix that. My vacuum broke in worst possible moment. Oh god. What was the moment? You should be able in 3 at some point. Need help in game dev. How do I make game? Okay, so Joker, you need to find a wall, any wall. Okay, make sure it's nice and sturdy. Now you want to make sure that you're not wearing anything on your head at this point, and you're going to take your head and smash it into the wall until you forget who you are, you forget why you're here, and you wonder what the point of any of it is. And only at that point will you be ready to take a job in game dev. Instructions unclear, dick stuck in dryer, exactly. That's game dev. That is game dev. Do. Print. Is that on the rails or is it floating on the rails? Game dev is fun. Game dev is a lot of fun. Game dev is a lot of fun. Unless you want to make money. Because then at a certain point there will be some harsh realities. I mean, I think that every game dev has like some unfinished stuff, or I don't know. Just multiple failed projects, right? As you find what works, what doesn't work, good scope. Maybe, you know, you started it with somebody else and you or them had to leave for whatever reason. It does happen. Can I ask for a tiny teeny bit of help? Do you have any resources for cartoony, free-to-use textures? Textures. Tileable. 2D? Like, is it meant for, like, top-down? For, like, I don't know. I mean, I might have some stuff. I have the whole Kenny game assets. Like, I have all of this guy's stuff, and there are definitely some textures in here, right? But I don't think it's anything significant. I don't know. Become depressed and stop making games for a decade. Yeah, that's also true. World's Underground. I don't know if I do. I don't buy textures often, and if I have them, they'd probably just be for Unreal. Like some materials, right? Yeah, sadly can't help you on that one. What is it? Underground dungeon? This is a little dungeon I'm making. Will there be first enemy? I'm still thinking about it. I don't know what you think, but I'm a little hesitant to add enemies for one specific reason. A half-baked, half-finished combat system, to me, will be harder to explain to publishers than telling them that we're still thinking about how we want to implement the combat, or not wording it like that, but stating that we are still experimenting with what will work. Because once they see it once, that's going to be in their brain of how it's going to work. Whether I want them to think like that or not. That is my only worry. I do like that, but I think that is also very high in scope. And it might, I don't know. At the very least, we need to explore it the way that it was originally intended and just see if it even works at all. Even adding noise. Pretty small brush to be adding noise with. I see it like that. You have dungeon with skeleton. He's angry and hostile. You can overthrow a calming potion that you can for. I'm talking to him like an NPC. If you talk to him, he will say why he's angry, and you can help him and gain friend in dungeon. Quiet version. We just need to explore some of it, and that's the thing that I'm worried about having any of it at the moment. I would rather pitch some different directions to publisher rather than. I just don't have enough time, right? Let's put it that way, because we were going over it a bit yesterday, I think. where, you know, I need to be ready here, so I need to probably work on GDD, and I need to work on pitches here and getting things printed out and ready. I need to work on GDD ahead of that. I need to, in order to, well, actually, GDD would be like up here, and then I need to sit down with publishers and or a producer and talk about budgeting. So it's like I don't really have a lot of time to even prototype combat in a desirable way. Initial plan about combat is just to have a proper potion inventory, which we could then use to throw the potions we make. But that also requires me to go over and overhaul every single effect in the game, which I'm more than willing to do, but that's going to take time. It requires a complete overhaul of all of our ingredients, at least for the effects. And you know, our flavor system needs an overhaul too, but in order to do that, I would rather just save that for the future. I think as long as publishers know that there's flavor, and I put in the GDD what we want the flavor to be like, rather than having, you know, showing them, you know, the GDD is the place to put what we really want, and the prototypes just showcase the feeling of what we want. Great, I just crashed the engine, okay. GG. Restore purple crystal. Why does the purple crystal need to be restored? Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. That's kind of like, you know, when we talk about the dangers of using assets from the store, that's just one of the dangers. August, thank you for the raid, man, and welcome. What's up, guys? Ice Cream, thank you for the follow.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Hell yeah, we are. Oh no, I'm missing so many things. Where am I? Gotta dash, be back later to chat? No worries. Thank you for the raid, and hopefully I'll see you later so we can have a little chat. Welcome, guys. Welcome, raiders. I swear I had placed mushrooms up against this wall, and now I don't see any of them. Maybe I'm crazy. Didn't you watch Tanya? Yeah, I like Tanya. Tanya's fun to me. Let's change. What game is this? This is our open world alchemy game, where the potions you provide to the NPCs affects the fate of the NPCs themselves. In Visage rooms. So we're working on a cave right now. You love alchemy games? Well, this is going to be right up your alley then. I'm working on a small bit of small little like dungeon mineshaft area that the player will have to unlock by destroying an obstacle. So the potion crafting system is very open-ended. It's inspired by Elder Scrolls a bit. Let me debug some ingredients in here. So you directly have your ingredients that you can see. These are just represented by the jars right now, right? And each ingredient has its own effects and flavor profile. And you can then process that ingredient into different states to change the effects and the flavor of it. You can see this is going to boost the Fortify Health by 1 tier and the Regenerate Health by 1 tier. Makes it less sweet, a bit more bitter, and a bit more sour. And then you can use all of these ingredients in different states to craft potions. So of course, if we have Fortify Health here, we can look for something else with Fortify Health and throw it in the Cauldron, and now we have a Fortify Health tier 2 effect on the potion itself if we brew it. Because it takes the lowest common, well, I would say, you know, just don't stand on the ingredients. I fixed that. I did fix the standing on the ingredients. They used to have collisions, so you could stand on them and they would go flying, but I fixed that. They don't have. So it's very open-ended. You can just create whatever types of potions you want, good or bad, and then you can give them to the NPCs based on what they want. You could give them exactly what they want. You could give them something better. You could give them poison and tell them it's a health potion. And the way that the quality of the potions and the effects that they have will depend on whether or not the NPC succeeds at their journeys or their adventures or whatever they need that potion for, or they fail at that. So, you know, you can play in a very morally open system. Hanso, I thank you for the follow and welcome. So, for instance, we have our NPC here, our prototype NPC, and you know he's looking for something that is talking about. He needs something with a nice sweet taste, replenishes mana, fortifies his health, and we can ask him, you know, what is he going to use this for? That he's, you know, going to some catacombs full of deadly serpents and spiders, and he talks a bit about like their venom, and he wishes that he had an enchantment of invisibility. So we can determine from this not only his main potion that he's come to you for, the alchemist, but we can see that he also actually has some uses for other potions that he might be willing to take. And, you know, this is all very subtle. The player has to pick it up by speaking to them and by thinking in the way that an alchemist would. And you take your ingredients, you create the potions that he needs. And, again, depending on how well you do, you may find that he comes back with, you know, very few scratches on him. He's happy, the potions were great, and he gives you some ingredients that you otherwise might not be able to obtain by exploring the open world. Or he doesn't return at all because you got him killed. Maybe you just gave him poison and you're like, yep, that's the potion you need. Good luck, buddy. Some clients may be able to know that, though. They may be able to determine, that's not the potion I was looking for. I know potions. This is not a health potion. So, yeah, you know, very open-ended, just kind of, here are some stories. How do you want to engage with them? Do you want to be that evil asshole alchemist, or do you want to try and help people? Some clients may turn up that require, you know, ask for things that you may not want to provide. For instance, some shady looking guy wanting poison, and he won't tell you why. Maybe it's like, not my thing, get lost. But maybe you help him. Maybe someone important dies. Maybe a king dies. Maybe some politician. I dare you order a health potion. This is a hot barbecue sauce establishment. I mean, you can roleplay if you just want to, like, just give everyone the same type of potion and just see what happens. I guess you can. I don't want to put barriers in the way in front of the player and force them to play in a specific way. I would rather just present interesting stories and let the player determine how they want that story to unfold. Have you seen Kingdom Come Deliverance's potion crafting? I don't recall how Kingdom Come Deliverance did its potions. Placebo potions. You could just put water in there. Just fill it up with like some water and I don't know, throw some mint in there. Oh yeah. This will make you invisible. Place a mushroom down. I still have to still have to finish this side of things. Hands-on minigame where you had to add different ingredients or heat it for a certain amount of time. So I will say that there may be some exploration of heat, of mixing it a certain way. I won't rule them out. I will say that I have a specific goal for the amount of time that I want players to spend making potions. So if we are underneath that desired time, and it feels like players want more to do with it, then, you know, we can add those features or those sub elements to the feature itself. It's all for me. It's a matter of how much time is the player spending, and are the things that the player is doing with that time enjoyable or not. This would very much be like a first iteration of the system itself. For anyone joining, this is a prototype. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of potion craft as well. Harry Potter's potion making also is a bit of an inspiration. I might normalize the mesh that we use for the torches. Because right now it's random. I might normalize that. I'm gonna move that to the other side. The light's kind of clashing with the crystal there. Do you have farming? I am going to be looking into that as well. I like the idea of the player being able to, because our game is going to have seasons, and certain things will only grow in certain seasons, in certain biomes. So I do want to explore the possibility of maybe unlocking a small greenhouse area in your hut, or you know, growing mushrooms in your basement, things that need the dark. And so when you're out harvesting, you might earn seeds, or you can buy seeds from merchants. So it's definitely on the table. It's definitely on the table. This is going to be more of a slower paced game, right? Slower paced, more of a life sim, not a shopkeeping game. You don't like stock the shelves. You handle commissions and clients individually, and you know, you try to meet their needs and learn about them. More like Stardew Valley than Alchemy Shop Simulator or something. I don't know if there are any games like that. Do I have any like light shaft effects? I just search light. Apothecaria? What is that? Do see some light rays. It's from Ultra Dynamic Sky though, so I don't think I just want to throw that into the scene. I don't know what that is. There is a light ray card. Oh, that's for Ultra Dynamic Sky as well. Maybe Ultra Dynamic Sky does have something like this. I can check. No, not really. Okay, but we do have to remember that we do need to put a weather mask in here. So let me change it to snowy. A few things regarding weather I have to do. Solar journaling tabletop game. You get clients with various ailments at a random draw. They then have to go out and find the ingredients to make the potion to cure them. Man, that is that's exactly it. I think the entire cave here is going to receive, well, part of it might receive snow. Yeah, we got to fix that. The thing is, with it being a cave, I only have to apply weather effects to, in my opinion, like just a few of the materials here. And then just put a mask. I think it's this one that I want to use. Yeah. In the background, you have the witch who used to do the job missing, and you have to figure out what happened to them. Oh, that's pretty cool. Can I hide the landscape? Landscape and foliage. So I can see this. My only worry is if this isn't set up right, it's going to be pretty nasty. I might have to place multiple masks down here. It says it should mask everything below it. Is it too high? It's got weather effects too. Weird. Just not functioning the way it's supposed to. Weird, I'm not seeing this update properly. There are snow particles making it in from there. I mean, it's great if it is, but that's really funny. I didn't think they would come in just from that little spot. I mean, the thing is, we need it this high up, but if I have it coming out here, I worry that it's going to mask the bits below this. What isn't? Something about that brush is being wonky. Got the occlusion volume and the weather mask brush. Kind of what we need. Pretty well made idle clicker game of mine is gone. What do you mean? Projected down. Mask weather material to be used. Oh, rip. This is really weird. Like it. isn't applying to some of the rocks here, and I don't know why. Yeah, it's like this mask isn't working properly. Works out in this cave just fine. It works up to this height, and I don't understand why. Can you have a space fox is stealing bagels from humans? Oh my god. Why bagels? Why does this mask not work either? Very, very odd. It just stops here. Look at that. I wonder. What's this? Because I have this mask. I have two masks. This one's too big. Okay, I just need to fix the size of this one, I think. That's my issue. I think I looked at this and thought that was a game idea. What about the bagel that was in a tree in Poland? It was a croissant, wasn't it? The mystery object in a tree in Poland. So they called animal control. A mysterious beast lurking in a tree in Kraków has been identified as a croissant. This was somebody called animal control because they thought there was some weird animal in a tree in Kraków, and it was just a croissant. Animal rescuers in Poland called to a report of a dangerous-looking creature lurking in a tree, approached it with trepidation. Yeah, this was great stuff. All I have to do, I think, is just this. I think this was just too large. Very good sprite. It is a pretty nice sprite. Damn, look at this. Dean Takahashi could never. If you don't know, he's the guy who can't play Doom or Cuphead. He's the guy who lost to I believe, a pigeon and a 6-year-old with the Cuphead tutorial. Okay, that was the issue, yeah. We just can't have two masks overlapping each other. Okay, problem solved. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a pigeon beat the Cuphead, dude. Pigeon Cuphead tutorial versus IGN. Yeah, there's a pigeon intelligence test on the right or something here. And then on the left you have Dean Takahashi playing, well, playing is a loose word. The pigeon needs to move the block underneath the food to reach it. And meanwhile, Dean just needs to jump and dash. It's so bad. It's so bad. There's also the Cuphead versus 6-year. I think it was like a 6-year-old or something. Can my 5-year-old son beat Dean Takahashi at the Cuphead tutorial? It's fucking, it's great. I just love this. I just love it so much. These are the people who inform you of how good a game is. Just so you know, guys. People who can't even get past the Cuphead tutorial. There's also, I think, Dean Takahashi Doom. I think he was both. He had the Doom Eternal issue, but I think he also had the... Didn't he also do the Polygon? I know there's like... This is actual footage of Polygon. I don't remember who was playing this. Oh, here's the original video. Who played it? I don't remember who. But this is Polygon attempting to play Doom. Remember, this is their... This is a big outlet, and this is their first footage. It's so bad. And then there's some footage here too of NVIDIA playing. So this is from an NVIDIA stream of playing Doom. It's so much better. Yeah, I mean exactly. It's but I think the footage speaks for itself. I don't think I even need to add any commentary to it. If you want to know why I would rather give a free key to any player who's interested in my game over most games media outlets, that would be why. That would be one of the reasons why. No, I don't want it to cancel above. Thing is, if I... it's really, really big. Really big. Yeah, I think I have to do this with multiple masks. The only problem is I guess I realize that masks can't coexist in such a way. So I fear that if I just copy this over, I guess it does work. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of game journalists. I feel like the age of good game journalism died a long time ago. I think it was back when magazine subscriptions or like actual game magazines were still solid enough to support the team. And ever since then, the quality of articles we get, it's all gone. It's all gone. It's now just content farm, clickbait. There's no substance. There isn't really anything of value to be found. I would make this ore kind of harvestable, at least for the prototype, but I don't think I have the meshes of like the little ore pieces separate from the rocks, so I wouldn't be able to make a collectible ingredient. It would be more cool to me if you had to use a potion on these rocks to burst them free. That would be cool. Like some kind of explosion or something. Or rock melting effect, you know, some kind of like acid. I think that's a pretty good distance to mask the effects. I would need to update these materials too. They have a master. They do have a master material. My only worry is that most of the stuff in the mineshaft will, you know, can't receive any weather. If I apply it to the master material, everything in this mineshaft will start to receive snow and rain. And then I have to go through and add masks to it. It's going to be annoying. I could add it to the master material and turn the boolean into a parameter, and then just on the wood and the rock wall four not found. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Nice name, by the way. Pretty good. Wait for it. Wait for the hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome, man, to the stream. I could parameterize the boolean. I could make a separate material instance and just apply it to this one mesh. And then put a mask just over here where I need it. That would save me a lot of work. Let me try doing that. Make material attributes. Base color. Metallic. What is this material? All over the place. Specular. Global roughness. Emissive. Opacity mask. Normal. Ambient occlusion. Jesus Christ, this node. This master material is the definition of spaghetti. It's not the wet weather effects, right? It's been replaced. There's a different one to use. And I kind of forget. Surface weather effects. So let's make a boolean, not a bump offset. Oh, I can't parameterize the boolean? Oh, God, that's annoying. How would I handle that then? Because, I mean, this is the problem, right? I hook this up. All cool. All great. But now everything from this pack, because it has the mastery, material, is going to receive snow and rain. So I have to mask the entire cave system. Which is just gonna be annoying. I mean, it can be done. I mean, this section should be okay because I've already applied masks here. But we need to touch this up then. I want to do a radial gradient. I do want it to fade off a little bit. That's... Oh, it's just because of the height. Yeah. I think that fall off is not that great though. Let me see what options we have for fall off. This is the radial gradient. Pyramid gradient. Soft square. Soft circle. Linear fall off. Interesting. And then the solid. Thinking something like the soft circle. Way the best for this one. It's such a good combo. I think I almost need 2 masks though, because I have this mineshaft. And of course I don't want the, the struts near the top to receive, but if I put this up too high, or I just pull it in a bit more. That would be okay. Although I guess this rock material is not... has a different master? Oh yeah, it does. Okay, well I can fix that. Any tips for creating open world maps? I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Just pretend I can't read. I didn't attend the Derek Zoolander School for kids who can't read good. And who want to learn to do other things good too. Tell me a bit more about what your open world map is like. And are you working in Unreal or are you working in a different engine? Is it 3D? Is it 2D? Ambient occlusion. Alright, let's try to hook this up here. Base color. Metallic, specular, roughness, emissive, and there we go. I bet that's what the wood and rock are pulling from, or is this master material. 3D multiplayer survival game. It's in Unreal. I'm a developer, so I make all systems for the survival game. Building inventory. Before I go further, I need a world. Are you looking for like some ideas, or you said tips? Or like looking for tips like to make something interesting, to keep players engaged? That's pretty good. Yeah, I need to apply the mask back here too. That is also a good tip. Definitely netcode for any multiplayer game needs to be done ASAP. But it is Unreal, so there is, to some extent, you can prototype the networking really quickly. August. I could expand this. But then the entrance fall off is going to get worse. I think to this extent, the fall off there looks fine. I'll do that. Creating open world map like using third-party software such as Gaia or World Builder. I know something about creating worlds, but I don't know where to start. Do you want your survival to be more like realistic, or do you want it to be stylized? You know, where do you want to fit in? Because to some extent, using using third-party software to make a height map is great, but it may not be necessary if you're just trying to make something stylized. And yeah, use world partition, use the new Unreal Engine 5 level editing tools. That'll save a lot of headache. Starting doing some sound designs at this point, it was a bad idea. Used to jumping between Photoshop and Unreal and Blender and Unreal. How do I want to do this? Shit. That's not going to create a good... I mean, I can place these all at the same Z. I don't know if that fixes the issue here. What is the Z of this one? It is a weather mask. Okay, I just placed them at the same Z level helps. Good to know. I'm sure the documentation said that. I just didn't pay attention. However, that is going to cause a problem. How can I fix that? It's fine here. Not fine here. It's a realistic game, not stylized. I would say then you could try to look into getting some height maps and using those like your original plan was. I think that would be workable. I will fall off just the entrance. Let's do it this way. Why does the weather go through the landscape? Because the weather is applied to the materials. And I need to mask it underneath. Weather effects naturally won't, but the surface effects will. So what weather effects will naturally be occluded? Surface effects need to be managed differently. I do not know. It is just dynamic. That much I do know. It's probably because there's some overlap here. You grab the... No? Please, game? No? Okay. When is it? There it is. I mean, I could have it coming that far in. I was gonna have it kind of fall off a bit, but... That's doable. That is acceptable. Yeah, that's good. I can take that. Should work for the rain as well. Yeah. I think it will occlude this sound, but I need to double check on that. Otherwise, I'll just have to add it to myself. I think I needed the occlusion volume for that, though, this one. Wherever it is. Okay, how can I get this properly set up? Working with rectangles, always fun. Should it be some kind of decal? Okay. It doesn't push through any other way, does it? Actually, that might be pretty decent. I mean, good luck if you want to implement your own weather. That's gonna be one hell of a task. Okay, that should work. Let's go check it out. Set it to really nasty stuff. Skip tutorial. Sphere trace is more expensive than a sphere collision. It's really good, thank you. I did not make this weather. I just set it up. Hey, Cold Zero, welcome. Hopefully, so when we go in here, we shouldn't see any particle effects. We shouldn't see anything wet other than the bare entrance, and the sound effects should occlude as we go in there. I mean, yeah, sphere trace is definitely gonna be cheaper for sure. So we see some effects here. I think it occludes too quickly, in my opinion. I think we could move the box in a bit, because it's starting to like lose its sound here, and it would still be pretty noisy at the entrance. Okay, particle effects are not making it in. I don't see any wetness in here. Ignore this, I have to finish this side of things. Some particles are making it in from this, that's okay. I think that's cool. I mean, not much help you can offer in terms of help for what I'm doing. I'm trying to make a level editor blender add-on for a PS2 game from 2002. That is definitely out of my wheelhouse. A blender add-on for a PS2 game. Which game? That's really cool. I'm sad I can't help with that. That does sound really awesome. I said it's a nighttime. I do like you can kind of hear it. That's pretty cool. Treasure Planet, wow. I didn't know they made a game for Treasure Planet. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, unfortunately that is out of my wheelhouse. How did the PC part problem go? Good question. I returned they accepted the return yesterday, and I purchased a new motherboard and CPU, same model of course, and it should arrive tomorrow, or it should be available to pick up tomorrow, and I'm gonna go pick it up, try to finish the build, and set things up before Friday, because the game is releasing Friday. I can confirm. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh no, did I just delete the... Oh, shit. Careful when clicking on the foliage instance that we don't delete that. Jesus Christ, I hope that didn't cause any problems. Yeah, 3 games made simultaneously by 3 separate studios for 3 consoles, so it's just like Harry Potter. It's exactly like the Harry Potter scenario. Where you had a game on, I think it was exactly Game Boy Advance, PS2 and PC, and they were all made by different studios, so they're all different. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back. You can enjoy the cave a little bit while I'm gone, and whatever this is. Oh, that's the volume. Okay, I'll be right back. Apparently my parts are available for pickup, but I'm a little scared. I hope they didn't just repackage the parts that I returned as defective. That'd be really funny if they did, but I would be like half amused and half angry. Like, yep, here's the parts. These are the exact same parts that I returned. Each of those 3 games are their own video game based take on the events of the movie. It's a ship battle RTS game. Oh my god, really? Battle at Procyon that canonically takes place 10 years. Jesus, that's amazing. Even to SCP. Are you asking me? Do. Shut up. I mean, kind of. I'm not like a super big fan. Like, I've played a bunch of SCP games, they're pretty cool, but you know, that's about it. Let me lower this a bit. Yep. I don't know how to put it. But no, I don't hate it. I enjoy it. But I'm not like a super fan. It's not a PS2 game because I like that Jerry. I mean, the PS2 is just such a good console. Never played the original SCP game. What was the original? I don't do well with horror stuff either. I get pretty scared. Which if you guys really want, we can do some horror games this October. With the lights off. We'll see whatever new office I get looks like. Who's it getting occluded? We might do it, I don't know. Scary noise redeems, oh god. Yes. Do you enjoy horror games or just for the seasonal funsies? I would say that I enjoy watching others play horror games, but as for playing them myself, not too much. Mainly because a lot of them are just jump scares, and I'm not a huge fan of just being into empty jump scares. For me, the good horror is like atmospheric horror, so playing something like Stalker, Call of Pripyat or something. Or Shadow of Chernobyl. Shadow of Chernobyl has some great atmosphere. Those things to me, those are what get me scared, so that when something is popping out and attacking me, I don't know, I have a bit more substance around the game itself as opposed to just being a, runaway simulator or hide under bed simulator. And those are fun, but I think they're more fun to watch than they are to play sometimes. So if we can find something that is both fun to play and fun to watch in terms of horror, I'd be down for it. Maybe I could play Shadow of Chernobyl, or I could play Call of Pripyat with the Misery mod. Although I think that's a little too hardcore. This mod's very, very good. Big overhaul makes the game really difficult. His background has mostly been in enterprise software, but my one game dev credit to date ended up being a horror game. Okay, that's cool. Quite a shock for me. I would not call myself a horror buff in any shape or form. Which horror game? This stands I'm like 95% of the way through making the PS2 game's basic models moddable. Basic models are the non-animated ones used for actor objects like barrels, crates, pickups, and animated weapons. Pretty awesome. Mortuary Assistant. I know that game. That's really cool that that you took part in that. I think that's really awesome. Post-launch programming to firefight issues. Play Silent Hill. Oh god. Okay, I will say like I like some of the Resident Evil games. We could do like the Resident Evil 4 or 2 remake. I've never played the remakes. I've only watched other people play the remakes. I played the originals. I'm looking forward to Resident Evil 5 being remade, hopefully. Although that was less... I mean, that had some scary stuff, but it was mostly just of overwhelming enemies coming out of nowhere. The chainsaw guys. Jeez. Is that just an emissive lantern? I mod them already, but I haven't figured out the materials. There's like 6 material property types, and I only roughly know what 4 of them do. And even with those, I don't exactly know how to translate them to Blender material equivalents and back. That does sound pretty difficult. How long have you? Is this like your first time modding a PS2 era game? Good color for this. Pretty good color. Although I don't know if I want to place that inside the lantern mesh. It's gonna look weird if I do that. We're gonna say that a box got stuck here. There was a stack of them. One fell down, got stuck there. I put so much detail into placing some some boxes in this scene. Why do I do this? For the one person that plays it and just goes, did those boxes fall? Oh wow, look how they fell. That detail makes me love this game. And you know who you are, one person. This is for you. Started with Wind Waker, learned how to do assembly code mods, then I ventured off to the GameCube version of The Legend of Spyro: New Beginning, where I started learning how to do reverse engineer assets like texture and audio, and archive formats. I dabbled with PS2, what is TOS, A and B as well, and then burnt out, and then switched to Treasure Planet PS2, where I've applied all my asset reverse engineering knowledge, expanding on it to now learn 3D model and level reverse engineering. Jesus. you really like reverse engineering things. That's really cool. It blows my mind too. Shovel. Boop. Shovel. Good stuff. Don't lose the boxes out when they fall. That's a good question. The loot is the understanding of the physics behind... It's the knowledge that you obtain by understanding how these boxes fell and how they ended up where they are. And the friends that you made along the way. For now, at least. 50% through the modding of levels. You can mod the functionality of the game's actors through the level files, which actually covers a lot in terms of making code mods. It has made the actor system pretty intricately and modular. In-game cutscenes are made up of modular cutscene shots that can trigger either the next shot when one shot is done, or trigger a series of events for more involved cutscenes. That's pretty cool. What could I use wood for? Crates, box. Also, a one-off boss in the game that is made up entirely of actors and level geometry, which shows some really cool potential when I figure out how to mod the level geometry. You could really make a YouTube series of just what some of these old games contain. I bet a lot of people would watch you for that. You thought about Ko-Fi, Patreon, subscribe, start OnlyFans? I've considered it, but I don't know if what people would. I don't know if I could provide any additional content. That's the thing. I worry about people supporting and me not providing them with the content that they want or that they deserve. I think that if they want to give a little bit of money to help out, you know, they shouldn't feel obligated, of course. But also, subscribing on here is pretty decent. I know I only make half of it, but at least you get some emotes out of it, right? That's my feeling. I don't. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird, maybe. When I say it's made up of actors, I mean there's no actor specifically coded for the boss. It's made up of destroyable level geometry actors connected to a chain of spline following actors, and a counter puzzle actor that tracks how many of the destroyable actors have been destroyed for determining whether or not you've beaten it. That's a pretty cool way of doing it. Kind of sounds like they might have been rushed, but I mean if it works and if it's fun. Who cares how it's implemented, right? Not the best boss in practice. Oh. It is, at least it is a boss. Shit with a cannon from afar, kind of boring. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Okay, I kind of get a picture of how it must play now. Okay, let's see. Only thing we need to update for working with snow would be whatever master material is used for the rocks here. Gems are receiving snow. Rocks are not. M rock. Remember the Solar Surfer? I do not. The last time I watched Treasure Planet, ooh. That would have been a long time ago. I remember some of the characters and that's it. I always thought a game in the Black Cauldron universe would be pretty cool too. You guys remember that that movie? Rocket surfboard with a sail on it. You're sparking some memories here. Some long forgotten. Normal ambient occlusion. Okay, there we go. I'm assuming everything should receive weather then. Can't tell if these crystals are. It's a little hard to see. No, I don't think they are. There we go, M Crystal needs it. Solar Surfer in the game can destroy destroyable actors by ramming them. I want to make a boss you fight on the Solar Surfer. The vanilla game never does that. You really should... I mean, I don't know if it's something you're interested in, but... people would absolutely watch. There is a, you know, probably niche, but dedicated audience that would watch modding update videos on old games like that. And would probably help test or spread the word. So you could like make some money. Or just build up some fans. Please don't do that. There we go. Man, this mine has proven to be a lot more work than I thought. Never made content outside of just playing games. I would say it's kind of easy. It depends on the personality though. Some people just don't want to do it and they aren't built for it. Just speedrunning. I mean, people watch speedrunners. If you run any game, especially like speedrun one particular game, there's probably an audience out there that would watch that. People like watching challenge runs. And then if you get on like GDQ, you can get a lot of followers and attention that way. Game doesn't really have much of an audience. Which game is it? I'm curious. I'm alive. Oh, I remember this game. Rip. I remember this. Oh my god, yeah. I 100% remember this game. I think it was. I mean, I don't want to diminish anybody's enjoyment of the game, but I'm pretty sure this was clowned on pretty heavily at the time that it came out. That unlocked a lot of memories on that game. Jesus. I totally forgot about that game. Wasn't aware of the game at all till the end of 2020. I completely forgot about that game. I feel like there was hype around it, and then when it came out, it was just kind of meh. And then I just forgot. What do I want to do on this side? I feel like if I spend as much time making it another room like this, it's just going to be kind of pointless. I'll probably have this kind of dead end out somewhere too, I'm not sure. Not a very involved game. Average casual playtime is like 5 to 6 hours. Really? That might have been why too, is just that at whatever price it released at, that the playtime wasn't worth the price they were asking. It's hard to get price history on it. It's always been 15. I can filter it. I just type in 2011. Does that work that way? Oh yeah, 15 bucks. So like 2011, 15 bucks. Yeah, $15, you're right. Speedrun is about an hour. Do you have like where's speedrun records held? I guess speedrun.com would be the good first place to look. Okay, thank you for putting off my music. Are you on here? You are. This is you, Cold Zero. You are very, very close to number 1. 120? What is 120%? What is 120%? It's insane. That's so cool that you have the record on that. You gotta beat this Swedish and Czech. 100% for the okay. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, it's like 120% in Eve. Okay. Their Darkest Dungeon. I worked on Darkest Dungeon, so I'm just curious if I know anybody up here. I don't know any of these people. $2, Jesus. Well, you can cheese some of the stuff in the final bit of the game on this one, so it makes sense. That's pretty cool. Get 10% for beating it on hardest difficulty and then 2 separate 5 percentages for not doing things. That's really weird. Don't steal from people and don't be a cannibal. Can I turn those into rules for this channel? Would you guys be okay with that? That line up. I don't like how the light is hitting that. It almost makes me feel like there isn't collision somewhere. Which one isn't doing that? That one. Why is it doing that though? Unless there's just like a really small gap. I bet it's because the material is, no. It's weird. What do you mean I can't roar? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna change. We're gonna have, those are gonna be the new channel rules. Don't steal from people, don't be a cannibal. Edit panels. Do I have rules? We don't even have rules. No rules, chat. Wait, I think I modify them directly through Twitch. How do I do this? Creator dashboard, you're live. I am live. It's so true. Community. No. Stream. Channel. About. I can't find it. We have no rules, chat. This is a lawless channel right here. It was kind of mysterious about the cannibal thing. You come across a group of people who allow you to take some meat. But if you really look into that group, you learn they're cannibals. The meat you get from them is the most stacked resource in the game to encourage you to eat it. So what you're saying is, eating people is a good thing. The game tries to make you think that, I guess. It's kind of weird what some of the things developers do to get you to do what they want, but then if you look at the I don't know, the specifics of it, it's very odd. Should I could do something really mean, chat. I could make this really long dark corridor and make it look like there are red eyes at the end of it, but as you get close, they'll disappear. At any rate, I never eat it because honestly I'm way too good at the game to really need it. Would it improve your time at all? Or not really? Probably not. It's like a one-off stamina replenish at best. Probably takes more time to consume than what it will save you, that kind of thing. How do I do this? I do a... Spooky. Blueprints, spooky. BP animal is... I'd probably just make really small, little... materials. Animal eyes. It'll be really simple. I don't even think I need a base color. I could just make it emissive red, right? Yeah. We time-based IGT, and IGT doesn't take up when you are in the item menu, so you wouldn't really lose any time, but eating it would at best save you like a few seconds of that, so meh. Well, I look forward to you beating the first place any percentage. Was it any or was it 100? I don't remember what it was. I don't know if there's any game that I could speedrun. Probably my own game. Okay, that'd be pretty funny if I release my own game and then I post a speedrun of it, just to see if other people will be interested in beating it. This is a good weapon. This is a good weapon. SteelSeries packaged a weapon in with the keyboard. The fact that I can have this as a wrist rest or pull it off and smack people with it. That is an amazing product. More products need to be convertible to weapons. See, those are the transformers that I like. I haven't run any percentage, I almost been doing 120 any percentage is the one I'm not already first place in, but I still want to improve my 120 time before I switch back to any percentage. That's fair. Stones. PDF. I'm gonna get sub 1 hour. Exactly 2 minutes away from that. Wow. That's something. I still think that's something you could stream. I mean, although if it were me, I wouldn't want other people to know about me speedrunning it, because then some random crazy 12-year-old's gonna come by with way too much free time and just no life your speed run away. Posture check. I'm actually sitting pretty decently, Zephyrus. I'm postured up here. I got my back on the rest. We're pretty good. What's up though? How you doing? Sphere. Animal eyes. How will this look? Because the game isn't a hard speedrun to learn, I learned easy mode speedrun. I learned it in 1 day with no prior speedrun experience back in 2020. It's still cool though. Okay, that is pretty spooky. It's a little hard to see. But imagine, you're going down the mine shaft, you look right and you just see those in the distance. It's a little hard to see. I think the emissiveness is too much too. I think the emissiveness is too much. Didn't get my current PBs in one day. Went from an 8-hour first playthrough to a 1 hour 24-minute first 80%. The only game that I kind of just wanted to see how quickly I could beat the game was Elden Ring, but it was very much like a just me, like just kind of just seeing if I could beat the game pretty quickly. Like I didn't really time it too crazily. I'm sure the Elden Ring, yeah, that's crazy. I did do glitchless. And I got about, I think it was about 2.5 hours. So I mean, it's still, if I had recorded it, I would still be on this board, but I mean, I'm nowhere near sub 1 hour. That's crazy. I'm gonna make these 0.2, but lower the emissiveness down. This is so dumb. What am I doing? On component begin overlap, on component end overlap. Get player character. Hold on, other actor. Actually coding. Why do you say that? Like I made some massive functions. You guys are always so harsh on me. Do. That's true. It is fun to make like level areas and environment art stuff, but at my core, I am a systems and technical designer. Come here. So I did my first percent. The category was like 10 minutes longer than it currently is. Found some major skips. Pretty awesome. What systems? This is a system of spooky eyes that should disappear if the player gets too close. But I think that I should be getting the player pawn, not the player character. I just thought it'd be kind of fun if there was a, if that happened. It should be. Why do you do these? Well, I'm doing it the wrong way. There we go. Also, I think it was harder with the old route than it is now. There's a rather long climbing section we used to do that had some rather risky smaller skips in it. It's an interesting place to play from. Yeah, you're right, player character might have been right. I just had it and my visibility booleans backwards. Booleans. One works too. That's all I want is just them disappearing. I just think it's kind of funny. A little bit of spoop. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but I like it. I still think that emissiveness. I mean, I don't know if I can. I mean, making them have any emissiveness will. Which I probably because this is a new gameplay stream. I mean, I'm always curious about stuff like that. I mean, I could just not make them emissive and just make them small lights with small attenuation radiuses that don't reach the rock behind it, but it's fine. Just farming me for content. Well, he doesn't stream, so I don't know what he would be farming me for. Yeah, I'm okay with this. This is fun. Fun little. One game I technically kind of speedrun Solitaire. I love Solitaire. You were farming him, that way he can ramble without you really talking. I mean, I talk to everybody who types. I farm you all. If I farm him for content, I farm you, all of you for content. Okay. Game's looking amazing. Thank you, Copy Fan. That means a lot. Let me go check out how this whole thing looks. We'll take a look at different weather and different time of day. I think when it releases, I'm going to buy and refuse to play it. Just going to hang out in the world itself. I'm hoping that we can make a world that is that beautiful to just, exist in. Such as more of a gradual thing that I only realized was a speedrun in retrospect. Okay, ignore the lack of collision and no swimming system. Oh, you can see the little snail boy down there. And just zoom in. The game can be speedrun. I'll be curious to see if people can speedrun my game here. It's not really a game that's to be speedrunned. Or I'll put in your words, a copy fan. It's not going to be a fun or exciting one. They might find some glitches, but it depends on what kind of ending our game has. You know, how would we define the ending of our game? It is going to be more narratively driven, so people would have to find a way to either skip to that in order for it to spawn, or I don't know. Is there a way to see a list of sample points for a blend space? I keep getting an error for invalid anim on a sample point, even though it works just fine, or should I just ignore the error? Sample points for a blend space. I think I've gotten those same errors. I mean, is it specifically an error, or is it a warning? The occlusion is nice here. Oh, I still think it happens a bit too soon. I like it. It's such a stupid little blueprint, but I like it. That looks nice. Load error, blend space, BS walk, ADS is a sample with no valid animation. In your, cause is this in the animation blueprint of, what is BS? Blend space walk ADS. Probably in the blend space asset itself. And that blend space is used within the animation blueprint most likely, so I am top tier. I'm not even good second screen content. I'm like third screen minimized content. Blend space itself. Do you use the blend space in the animation blueprint? It's walk ADS, I assume. Is that like aim down sight? Aim down sights? I want to go to the third screen. Move to the third one. I mean, you can open up the blend space and just see if you can fix the animation that's being referenced there. Same error for run ADS. I mean, I don't think this would cause it wouldn't cause a crash. But there is going to be something weird with the animation while aiming down sights, while walking or running. It isn't resulting in a compiler error for your animation blueprint though, which is interesting. The reason I started talking about I Am Alive is because you mentioned making content on it, and I Am Alive speedruns pretty much have been my primary content.
Rock and stone, everyone!
Rock and stone. I think people would watch it. I think it'd be pretty cool to watch people do speedruns. Rocks look better all the time. Rocks are looking good. Personally, I think you're a first screen material. I didn't promise to move on my tutorials too, so well, I appreciate that. Most forgot that's the reason I started rambling about it. I mean, I do that all the time. Except what was the point of this that I was rambling about? And then it's like, oh yeah, that's why I eat macaroni or something. I don't know. I mean, this is a channel that moves between talking about the Holocaust to arts. I mean, we just kind of go in and out here. Pretty blank sample behind the correct samples they were hiding. It had a blank sample, oh, of course. Of course. So the errors are gone. Okay, I think this is working. Performance looks good down here. I mean, I still think this is a little barren in terms of level art, but I'm not a good level artist. I don't have a ton of like smaller props, and I don't really feel like I need to add a whole bunch of smaller props yet. For prototype. Very first games, I'm extremely new to all of this. College for my bachelor's in computer science right now. There's quite a few people like that in my stream that are doing computer science or have computer science degrees. But that's pretty exciting. What's your game about? If you don't mind sharing. I'm not doing modding DevCon is because I only really do stuff with it when the mood randomly strikes. That's understandable. I'm gonna put one more snail down there. As long as the nav mesh looks okay. I don't know actually if my nav mesh extends this far. Oh, it does. Okay, then let me throw a little snaily down. I could just put a snail down here and then block him off so he can only move down here. So if you go down there and you try to, like, I don't know, turn on a light, you'll just see a snail. I'm also sorting some methods of my tutorials to a common page. The tutorials no longer have dependencies on unrelated stuff. I've never made any tutorials. Actually, you know what? I did make some tutorials for game dev. Like helping people with blueprints and stuff. Super cooked, but I'm going for a type of speedrunning FPS, loose momentum based movement, kill a number of enemies, exit the level. That's nice and small in scope. That sounds good. I could put a plateau bow down here too. But I have an obsession with these snails. We're gonna put a snail down here. I started doing them because people kept asking me the same questions. Now I can just refer to those pages. I always have people telling me that I don't know. Devil Goonie, thank you for the follow, man. People always ask me stuff about blueprints, and then I try to help them. They're like, "Oh, I watched this other tutorial, and now I finally get it." It's like, yeah, I'm glad. I don't think I'm good at teaching. Maybe not, at least to like completely beginners. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe it's just like beginners won't get it, but if I'm talking with people who have similar skill level as my own, it's easier for me to explain concepts. I have a speedrun type first game in mind. Not sure if I'd class it as a shooter though. I'm aiming for something kind of more parkour based, but with a movement system that evolves. Parkour based, but with a movement system that evolves. Do we want... Would we want... things to be able to get in here? I don't see why not. Put a blocking volume to help the agents step up on it. There we go. The question I'm dealing with now is how do I create a game loop? Now that is definitely my kind of talk. My thought is to unlock cosmetics with runs. It's a very bland approach, but as someone with zero art side at all, complete noob with game dev, this seems like a much easier approach. My question would be, do you need cosmetics? Because a gameplay loop is more related to what the player is doing, and a reward could be a cosmetic, but the reward is just, I would pull away from looking at a reward as one specific thing, and more, do you want the player to be rewarded between each runs, or do you want them to just perform each run? So, good examples of games without rewards between each runs would be games like Left 4 Dead 2, or just, Left 4 Dead in general, like GTFO, where the gameplay loop is self-contained, and the enjoyment comes from performing the loop, not from gaining rewards. There's no progression between... I mean, you could argue that with GTFO there is progression between loops because you unlock new maps, but Left 4 Dead would be a very good one where you don't have any between run progression like that. But if you want rewards and you have a game that is built around that, you could go for the non-progression based rewards like cosmetics or progression type rewards that enhance or change the player's way of playing the game. I don't need them at all, but that seems like an easy game loop to create. I'd like to not have my game be a one time and done. What would entice a player to continue to enjoy the game and do multiple runs? Variety, mostly. So you could change the way that the game plays, you could change elements of the game. Think of a game like Payday, right, where the maps themselves stay the same, but the elements within the levels change between runs, and that changes your strategy for approaching the level. If it is... Yours is... Loose momentum-based movement, kill a number of enemies, exit the level. I would say high score, record times, absolutely. So leaderboard-based type of game where it's, kill enemies as fast as you can. And be really good with movement. I think variety in levels would be what brings people back. to those types of games, or different challenges within the levels. A good example for that would be Hot Lava, which everybody knows the game, even if they haven't played the video game version of it, right? It's just the floor is lava, jump on things. So what they do is they have different types of challenges that you can do, different stars. So like no deaths, grab the golden pin, complete in under certain times to earn stars. So rewarding the player's knowledge and skill with the mechanics, knowledge of the level itself. I think challenges, if you don't want to do it with like speedrunners, or if you don't want to cater only to speedrunners, you can explore just different challenges, different ways to do. You know, flip the level start and end around. Look into like some procedural generation, maybe if you want to do it that way, or seed-based generation. That way players can enter a seed and receive the same map layout. Fair game to different parkour games and really think what kind of public. Yeah, I mean, you can aim for like a niche of the parkour market, but Okabe fans right where what is the market that those types of games cater to want, and what do they look for? And I think that there is that mix between people playing parkour games who are in it for the challenge and speedrun, and some people are just in it for the fun of parkouring, you know? Like the casual audience and the hardcore audience of parkour games. Yeah, that's okay. As long as there's a little green, agents should be able to get around it. I hope. I might. You guys are not gonna like me for it. But I think that the computer parts are actually at the store today. Let me translate this into not Polish. It says they are. I just hope they don't give me the old ones. So, if that's the case, I might head out a little early to make the new computer. You know, go pick up the items, make the new computer, and get it all tested tonight. And, you know, just be ready for Friday. Start to merge two totally different types of players because they tend to want different things. It's true. But I think, you know, with challenge runs, you can cater. So people who don't care about the challenges, as long as you don't lock progression behind the challenges, people who want the challenges will be okay with there not being any progression locked behind it, and the casuals will be happy that there isn't any progression locked behind it. So having the challenges can give you a way to, you know, you can still have unlocks, but just I wouldn't tie it necessarily to either a strict number of challenges, as in you need to. Well, you could do that, but just be careful with, you know, what do players want? Do the casuals want progression locked behind that? Probably not, but you can still have certain types of, like, you know, let's just say golden gun skins, right? Locked behind completing all the challenges of a certain map. Rooms with multiple possible solutions could be pretty cool. Thought is to give it a little bit of a broader idea, that way to cast a bigger net for players. Are you looking to monetize the game, or are you looking just to make the game? Weird there. Yeah, I mean, my big question would be like, what are you hoping to accomplish with the game? So if you're doing it for practice and you're not looking to monetize, then I don't think you need to worry too much about the market. But if you're looking to throw it up on Steam, then there is going to be some market consideration. At least if you expect to, you know, earn a certain point, or a certain amount of money from that, right? I don't want animals doing weird things up on that. If you want to unlock rewards after challenges, there should also be a way to unlock them with enough time. So for example, people that go for them unlock stuff quick over casuals. I would say that can work, but it isn't necessary. You know, there's a lot of, in the parkour games, there's a lot of prestige to achievement, right? There's a social aspect to that, and a release of that dopamine when the player achieves something and has something visible for their hard work. And allowing players to earn that over time slowly can diminish that feeling for those people. So you want to be careful that the rewards you're giving out are not alienating the casuals, but are also something that feels like a good reward for their effort for the hardcore players. At least that would be my feeling for this genre specifically. Would be to monetize it. Itch.io is my preference at the moment. Then I would definitely consider the market at play here, and try to look into other parkour-based games. If it's a shooter, probably Super Hot is a reference point. See what they do, and especially see what they do for progression. But I would say that progression in your game, like rewards, are less important than the gameplay loop itself. So focus first on the gameplay loop, and then find ways to incentivize players to continue playing after that. Because if your gameplay loop is fun, nobody's going to want to stick around for the rewards, right? Yeah, I imagine Super Hot would be very high up on the list. Wouldn't be using reward challenges. One of the other for the gameplay loop, my idea was cosmetics for run completions, but that didn't feel right to all parties involved. I mean, it could work, but it just depends on the game. But it's always something that you can test out with people too. Thankfully the rewards in this case don't change the gameplay or gameplay loop, at least from what you've described. And that way you could remove or add them as at will while prototyping, while testing it out, without really hurting the game in any way. We got the mineshaft made, chat. I'm pretty happy with this. Don't know what you guys feel. I can chat with you guys for a little bit longer, and then like I said, I'm probably going to go to pick up the computer parts so that I can have time to hopefully build and successfully test the computer. Hopefully it the motherboard post this time. How do you make caves in Unreal? Is it all custom mesh, or can you do it in landscape mode? Quantum Xeno TV, hello, welcome to the stream. So I followed a very, oddly very simple tutorial about how to paint. And thank you for the follow as well.
So, you heard anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. Cold Zero, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you guys so much for all the follows today and yesterday. It's been pretty crazy. So I followed a tutorial that allows you to paint holes in the landscape, and this also will affect collision, which I didn't think was possible, but apparently it is, which is really great. So then I can just kind of build things into those holes. And it's pretty simple. I can show you if you want. I will assume that you have a landscape master material. Let us see. What do I call it? What was it called? It was it wasn't just master, was it? It was. Yeah, it wasn't here. I didn't know you could do that either. So what it was is... So you take your master material here, that's normal, right? Surface, and set the blend mode to masked. That's all you have to do, set that. And then create a set material attributes node. Add to the array element a opacity mask. And then from the opacity mask, type in landscape visibility mask. And then you can just do a make material attributes, hook it up. And then on your main material node, you can set the use material attributes, and it'll kind of scrunch it all down for you, right? And then just hook up that output from the set material attributes into your master. And then you should be able to, in landscape mode, if you set that up correctly, paint with the, give it a sec, paint with the visibility, or I'm sorry, sculpt. So in landscape, go to sculpt and then visibility, and it will mask out those quads, and that will affect the collision. Now the terrain will, foliage will still be there, so, you know, I'll still have grass. So you'll just have to paint something on there that gets rid of any foliage that you've placed there. Or I should say, this is from the grass that's placed there. So it still remembers that the material that was there before is there. So if anything is there from the material like grass, then it's going to be there as well. So just paint something over that gets rid of the grass. And then that way you can just kind of dig into the side, and if I highlight, I think, what was it? Was it Alt? No, it's not Alt. Control? No. So you can see that my hole is here. You are very welcome. Lewd, yeah, that's my hole. It's a dirty, dirty hole. So old that crystals have begun to grow and snails live inside. But I'm glad I can pass that knowledge on because I didn't know that was possible at all, and it turns out a lot easier than I thought it would be. Okay, I don't think I want to jump into anything too crazy for today. Tomorrow we can create the system where this is blocked up and you have to unlock it by throwing a potion at it. Honestly, that's going to be something that doesn't take even, I would say, an hour. So we'll find something else to work on, but then we're going to be jumping into Dragon's Dogma 2 on Friday. So whatever we do tomorrow, I'm just going to like fix up some small bugs and do some small things, just kind of casual. And then Friday we will be streaming Dragon's Dogma 2 until the end of the month. And maybe a little bit after that, we'll see. We'll just see how big the game is. I assume it's going to be a pretty big game. Thanks for streaming today. Well, thank you for showing up today, Okabe fan. And thank you for all the follows today. I really appreciate it. I hope that you guys are learning something or just, you know, hanging out while you're working with me on the side. The vibes are chill. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope that the... Fearfrey, thank you for the follow. And I love this stream. I'll hang out more often for sure. You have the Skyrim OST going on Unreal Engine. Looks beautiful. See you around. Quantum Xeno TV, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for showing up and following. If you want, we have a YouTube channel with all of the days of development on there. We have a Twitter where you can just follow us to catch. Right now it's just news of when we're live, but occasionally I post some updates of other things there. We have a Discord where you can interact with us. I'm very, available on it, of course. When the game is starting to become more of a finished product, it'll be more lively there, but right now it's just a way for us to unite, for developers to chat with each other. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow at the same time as usual, and everybody take care, have a really nice evening, stay safe, stay warm, and I will see you all on the next stream. Bye-bye, guys. Love you all. Hearts in chat. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a good day. Thank you again for the follow, and you have a good day as well. See you guys.